have been history. But that would have been a boring Ugandan story. The rest was, in fact, high drama. I know, I keep covering it because apparently if I keep showing it, they will chase me off of TikTok. So keep reminding me and I'll be moving. Remind me, I'll be moving slowly. You guys see the number. Because apparently if I just keep it up for long, TikTok will ban me because they did that yesterday. Yeah, all going to study this thing together. The problem is both. The problem is both. It's both the Bazungu and the dictator. We don't have the luxury of having only one problem. As a Ugandan, have you ever only had one problem? When have you ever only had one problem as an African? You wake up in the morning and you're like, okay, if these 5 things, if I can deal with these 5 things, they are real eating at you. The 5 things will be there eating at you. We've never just had one problem. You can read the number but not display. Damn. I'm so mad. Crazy. Okay. So it just makes me want to do it more even. Yeah, Pinetti's company, Finassi, got together with a local firm, Rocco Construction Limited, to form a new entity, Finassi/Rocco Construction, for the express purpose of designing, building, equipping, and staffing the Lubowa Hospital. In 2014, the president laid a foundation stone for the hospital on a piece of land that had previously been a part of Joint Clinical Research Center. But that was embroiled in controversy. A family linked to the Buganda royals claimed that the government had grabbed their land and the legal suit was in the works. You know our things. You can even pin it here. No, I can't pin it in the comments. Munange. Yesterday I pinned it in the comments. That's why they chased me. So, but they're going to make a GoFundMe. I think I'll share the GoFundMe after. Right to digit space. It's more complicated than doing brain surgery at this point. Anyways, so the lady, the Italian lady comes, they introduce her to State House, they give her the go ahead to build a hospital. They connect her with Rocco, so her company Finassi and Rocco, the construction place, they come together and they are going to design, build, get the whole thing. They give them land. But then the land, people were saying that they had grabbed it from some people. So, so, between November 2014 and December 2018, a series of legally binding agreements were made between the government of Uganda, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and Finassi/Rocco. We have I think you can send M-Pesa. People in the comments, can she send M-Pesa? Cherop wants to send M-Pesa. I think you can. You guys, I used to date a guy from a Kenyan guy, and he used to send me M-Pesa. I don't remember how, because it was in university and I was like drunk half the time, but he used to send me money. So I know you can send money from experience. Yeah, you can send money. Yes, that's the number. If they ban my account, you shall find me on Afro Theology. I have created a new account because I don't care anymore. These people, they just make me want to rebel. Anyway, yeah, so this was a public-private partnership. The sum total of these agreements was that Finassi/Rocco would indeed build, equip, and staff the hospital, and that Uganda would pay for it over a period of 6 years, beginning 2 years after commencement of the construction. Uganda was to pay a tidy sum of $379 million. Pause everything and focus. Focus. Let's hear what the good doctor has to say. So they were building this hospital for $379 million. which is 1.4 trillion Uganda shillings. People like Ugandans, the Ugandan government likes to spend money in the trillions. They don't be spending money in like small millions. They be billions or trillions. They don't. So it's called The Patient by Dr. Olive Kopsinj. Write the number in bits, 2 or 3 digits together. Someone write the number. Those are the first digits. It's an MTN number, and then these are the. Okay, so let me show you. MTN number with a 6776, and then these are the. So now let me leave you with these numbers, because now you know the other numbers, right? Right. Okay, those are the other numbers on that side. So Finasi Rocco was to source funding, and promissory notes for this amount were to be issued by government. In this entire time, the Ministry of Finance officials, they never once walked across the road a stone's throw away to ask Parliament if this was all right, because they're used to just taking money by themselves. Yeah, the folks over at Agora, I'll have it up when I receive it. Oh, thank you. That's so nice. That's so nice. Yeah, so they were making all of these business plans, giving away Uganda's $379 million without consulting with Parliament. They were just going to spend. So the partnership never so much as made courtesy calls on the Uganda medical fraternity, situated principally in a 1-mile radius. In particular, the professional association, whose membership had considerable knowledge and experience concerning specialized healthcare. Thank you, Arinda. So they were planning on building a hospital using the taxpayers' money. They hadn't asked Parliament for the funding. They hadn't asked the professionals who do the actual specialized medical care in Uganda for any advice. Yeah, find me on Afro theology. You know, theology like preaching, but African. Afro theology. I'm preaching for Africa. Thank you, Sydney. Yeah, so most specialist doctors in government employment had their eyes fixed on New Mulago Hospital, which had been closed for renovation. Their patience was wearing thin as the reopening got repeatedly delayed amidst rumors of insufficient funds. Many senior doctors therefore paid scant attention to the developments in Lubowa. They were jolted to full alert when the progress in Lubowa hit its first serious snag. Hi, Dave. On 20th December 2018, the first promissory note was due, following Finasi Rocco's presentation of the first milestone completion certificate. Agreements, you gave a promissory note within 2 days. The following day, the Attorney General told the Ministry of Finance that they would not issue promissory notes without parliamentary authorization. You people, I don't know if I can do politics. Me, they'll arrest me once like this, and I'll just faint. I don't know. I saw the vice president of NUP being arrested. They held her down. They did what? Me, they'll do those things to me once like this. I'll cry and throw up and have a seizure. I cannot deal with those things. That is not my lane. Like me, I'm a baby girl. I can read books and I can strategize and I can get business ideas, but Uganda's politics, low-key, you be doing Harriet Tubman. You need a gun in your magandula to have it on you. You need what they be holding. Those people, how some other lady, they grabbed her boob. Yo, they grabbed me one boob. I can't. There's some the guy's leg like this and was trying to break it with his own hands. he was trying to break the guy's leg with his own hands. We are not fighting. It's not human beings we are fighting. Like, I can run a campaign, I can talk to people, I can do what, but Ugandans, it's not easy. It's not easy. In Uganda, you don't need to be a leader. First and foremost, you need to be like those ninja warrior people. You have to be like, before you can be a leader, the qualifications involve you to be like but I'll just do what I can from here, and I'll keep praying for the people who are, they were breaking his tibula and fibula, the leg bones. You saw that, the picture. You have to be solid. Me, I can't manage those things. There's no. So these people did not know that before you go and spend money, you have to get approval from Parliament. The Ministry of Finance people didn't know that. Imagine. Era Impala, you can join, we shall support you and everything you need to do. But anyway, so so the law stipulated that government shall not enter into a transaction that binds government to a financial commitment for more than 1 year, except where the financial commitment is authorized by Parliament. These people didn't know that the law was saying that. This was not a new law. It was puzzling that the partnership had negotiated so many financial agreements and signed so many arrangements and signed so many agreements involving a sum that was 80% of the Ministry of Health's 2017-2018 budget without seeking their approval. If I thank you. Yeah, so there was no time for finger pointing. You know how Uganda, every time there's a scandal, people are like, let's not point fingers, let's just find a solution. Same is what happened here. So if someone had been sleeping on the job, they had slept long enough. Ministry of Finance did not exactly run across the road to ask Parliament for help, but in February 2019 they did the next best thing. They presented Parliament with a brief saying, on the proposal to issue promissory notes not exceeding $379.7 million to finance Roko Construction for the financing of the design, construction and equipment of the International Specialized Hospital of Uganda at Lugowa. That's it. Screenshot, baby, let me know when you're done. Yes, people, be liking the live. Let me get some water. Yeah. So, okay, cool. Yeah, so then meanwhile, this hospital was going to have 300 beds in the hospital, 300 rooms, but it was costing 379 million. So each bed was going to cost $1 million. So yeah. Oh, see my cup today. Wait. Broken health system, broken everything. I made bushera. See, it's so cute. I made bushera today. It's in there. So when people come up, I'll be drinking my bushera and then we talk. So yeah, in summary, Finance told Parliament that they had defaulted on legally binding agreements and that if Parliament did not hurry up with the approval, they ran the risk of having the agreements terminated. Imagine. Yes. Professor Mbonye's book. What is it called? But Joseph, you have books. you have books. If I wasn't traveling soon, I would come and collect all those books, but I can't. I'm getting rid of all the things that are keeping me in this space because I'm leaving. Yeah, so these people did not know the process of acquiring funds. They did not know that you couldn't tie the government of Uganda into an arrangement, a financial commitment that was more than 1 year, without first seeking approval from Parliament. Then when they found out, they just told them, you guys, give us money. We are currently defaulting. If you don't give us money, this contract might be terminated. That's how they dealt with it. Unprofessional. How many books do I think I've read so far? The way I like books, it would be like asking me how many songs have I listened to. But I grew up, my mom, we grew up reading together, so. You're my neighbor from where? SSD. What's SSD? Shimoni! What? I got your second account. Yes, thank you so much. From South Sudan. Hi Sydney. Oh my god, did you see South Sudan in the basketball match? People are saying, oh my god, the US team is so solid. They have LeBron, they have Steph Curry, they have who. South Sudan came and showed them something. One more time for the screenshot. South Sudan showed them. No, I'm not Amunyankole, I'm Amuchiga. I am Amuchiga from Kabale. That's true. Let me finish this chapter so that people can come up and talk. You're going offline, eh? Okay, you find us here. Mkama akume. So, yeah. So what happened? Yeah, so they told the Parliament, yeah, as we are defaulting, give us money. So they were like, if you don't give us money, it's going to lead to a loss of government money, and it's going to cause serious damage to Uganda's reputation among international investors and the international finance community. Then they were like, just authorize whatever. So to avoid time lost in drafting, the Ministry of Finance attached a draft resolution for the clerk to Parliament to append his signature. Parliament could have quickly obliged. A messenger could have darted across the road with a signed copy of the resolution in hand, and Uganda and the Ugandan family owner would have been redeemed. But, as is bound to happen when time is truly of the essence, a few people started to pick at the brief. We went to Shimon in the same year. Hey, you guys, I should tell you about my time at Shimon. The way my brain can shift. If you tell me something, my mind has completely now left the book. Now I want to talk about Shimon. If our parents had fought for Shimon, if they had stood up and said something and stood their ground and said, let us not break down this school, that school would still be there. It was a beautiful school, and I feel like I know how to read and think and what, because that was the foundation of my primary education. But now my primary school doesn't exist. Even the one that I went to after that, even it doesn't exist. Even the nursery school I went to doesn't exist. They are breaking everything down. They're just breaking everything down. The kind of childhood that I had on the salary that my parents had is not possible now. It's just not possible. Like, it's crazy. It's really, really sad. So I grew up in those, I think I've told you guys this story before. I grew up in those houses that they broke down. Me, my beef with this government, personal beef with this government. And then when people be like, oh my god, Westerners are benefiting from this thing, I be like, I don't know what Westerners you're talking about. I really don't know what Westerners you're talking about. So we used to live at those houses in Nakawa, the houses that they broke down. You guys remember those houses? It was such a beautiful, beautiful childhood. And the fact that I grew up there was like my saving grace, because my father was a madman. But I used to wake up in the morning and leave the house, and there were so many kids in there. There were a lot of people from South Sudan in those houses. There were people from Ethiopia. There were people from I think there were our next door neighbors were Bagisu. Then our neighbors on this side, I think, were Baganda. There was like all tribes were there, all religions. There was a mosque, there was a church, one for Catholics, one for Protestants. There was a nursery school, there was a primary school, and then there was a police barracks. Used to call them government houses. Not those ones, not the houses for the police officers. So the houses for the police officers used to be across the road near the barracks. So these were the houses near the market. There were the houses near the one. It was just normal people. It was normal people. Some of them had even never worked in government. They used to have businesses. They used to do normal things. There was a guy, he was a Mugisu man. He had 3 daughters. He used to live like opposite us, and he used to work at Civil Aviation Authority. I think he was like the richest guy in that area. Then there was a boy who used to live in the house behind us, and he had a cleft lip thingy, palette thing, and the kids used to call him Nyindo and Twingiri. Kids are so mean, just know. And we were near Lugogo Showground, so people who are teenagers used to go there they used to go for concerts, they used to go for dates at Lugogo Showground. Then in October, during Independence Day celebrations, we would have the Uma Showground showcase, the trade fair, and we would go there every day because we would just walk there. Then I know there was so many don't twingity. Yeah, we would see him and don't twingity, then we would run. Just no, it was so bad. It was such a, like, we used to go to the market right there. Now people here be like, oh my god, I'm going to the farmer's market. Ask for farmer's market every day. We used to eat fresh food every day. You would go, the trucks would come, drop things, then would go and buy charcoal, buy matoke. They have done nothing with the place. That place had a community center where kids used to go and they would learn how to play football, volleyball, swimming, what. Just know when if like kids who are coming from abusive homes, you know how our parents sometimes they just be beating you for no reason. Kids had somewhere to run, so kids used to go and they be at the community center all day, learning how to play chess. Like there were books there. It was such a beautiful neighborhood, you guys. Then Museveni came and said, I'm selling it. Meanwhile, it was near Naguru Hospital. So whenever we would fall sick, we just go to Naguru Hospital, the best doctors, the best what. Just know, we were in the 80s. We used to pay like 15K. They just came and they told us, they are breaking them down. Then people started talking amongst themselves. And no one thought, let us stand and demonstrate and fight. Everyone was just like, tukina kudawa. Manange, where are we going to go? What is going to happen? And then we packed our things and went. Me, I was watching my parents and I was like, I am going to fight for my things. I'll never just stand up and roll around and be like, hey, you're slapping me on this cheek, okay, slap me on this one. People were just like, yeah, okay, we are going to go Munangate, what can we do? What do you mean what can you do? It's your country. And I think that's when we started. We enable our leaders. And I think when people didn't say anything, there were like 200 families there. No one said anything. The nostalgia, just know. I used to wake up in the morning, clean the house. I think I was supposed to, I think my chore was making the sigiri. So I would do the sigiri. And then after I'm done with the sigiri, I would run. I'm done. You're not seeing me the whole day. I would go to the next door neighbor and then we would play. Early morning would be there doing the jump rope. Then after we would go to like the other neighbor, these people, their parents would call them to like do housework. Me, I would be done with my affairs of that day. Then I would go to the next neighbor and would play. I would go to the neighbor after that, would play. I would come back home like at 7 p.m. every day in holidays after doing my whole itinerary. It was so nice. Just know that they said they were going to break down the houses. That was the same year that they said they were going to break down Shimoni. So my parents, whose kids were at Shimoni and who lived there, suddenly were homeless and schoolless. I really enjoyed my childhood, man. Me, I was on a But yeah, just know. And the women there were that in that neighborhood. They were so nice. I would just show up at their home, and my mom is like a corporate person, so she would be at work. So I would go. Those are the people who taught me Luganda even. I would go there and they would be like, Fumba, Bichi. So I learned like as they were there, as from like other people's mothers, how to do things. Yeah, so that's how I learned how to like cook. That's how I learned how to do what, all of these housework things. Me, my mom was on her own things. Person, she doesn't cook. She doesn't. Yeah, so if it wasn't for that neighborhood, I know Luganda. I know Luganda, only that I can't think in Luganda, but I can do nonsense in Luganda very well. Hi. Yeah, so they used to give me 500 shillings every day for pocket money for Shimon. And then they would give me 1K for transport, because 500 going to town and 500 going back in the taxi. I'm a planned kid just because my parents like it, but I'm a planned kid. So yeah, so my parents would give me 1.5 every morning. So I would use the 500 to go to town to get to Shimon. Then the other 500 was supposed to be to come back, and then the 500 was to buy food, because my mom never used to cook. She never used to pack food. These things of putting for you in a bottle, fruit, juice, what. She never used to do those things. So she would just give me money. So she would give me money in the morning, and I would get the taxi and go. Then when we reached Shimon, they would sell musiba tai, kulba, sausages. Bichano of those days was a lot. I would be having things, just no. But my school, the canteen, they would be selling sausages, musiba tai, kulba, what? Yo. And I was, at first, like the first time, I just ate the 500. Then after that, it stopped being enough. Then I was like, you know what? I'm just going to eat the 1K. So I would eat, and then at the end of the day, I wouldn't have transport. And I would walk home. So this is me like 8 years old. Just know, I would walk home. Yeah, Shimon, they used to sell sausages. Meanwhile, me at home, I had never eaten sausages. I didn't know what sausages were. At home, we would eat. I didn't know what sausages were. At home, we would eat matoke, binyewa, normal food. I had never seen sausages. When I went to ski, I can buy myself a sausage. So I would eat my transport money and buy a sausage. Then I would walk home. At like 8 years old, 7 years old, and they are going home. Walking on the streets of Kampala. You guys. Just know, I'd be walking on the streets of Kampala trying to get home, and I would do like that. So one day, and the people knew me, because like my parents were in the taxi people, they knew me. They would be like, yeah, I can't go. Then I'd be like, sometimes when it rains, they'd be like, Jango to kameme. Then I would go and sit on the kameme, and then they would take me. Just know, but now these things were not that expensive. Right now, with the money that my parents had, right now, kids can't afford those things. They have fucked up our country. Right now, if you were to take this environment that they have created, fries were 500 shillings. Just know. So I would be walking, and the taxi guys knew me. And they'll be like, "Era sente was it day?" And I'll be like, "Yes, naziguzemu sausages." So sometimes they would feel sorry for me and they would let me sit inside on the kameme. You guys know the kameme of the taxi. I don't know if people are in Uganda right now. And I would sit there and they would take me home. So it continued like this for like a whole year. Now one day, I'm walking on the street and then my mom is like, I hear a voice calling from the heavens. You need a copper bangle. This is not a copper. You guys, let me first tell you. Stop listening to these TikTok people. TikTok people who are telling you over the timeline has changed, over only drink from copper what, over what. Even them, they are finding out the things right now. Don't spend money on these things that they are finding out right now. First wait. If you hear something that intrigues you, write it down and then wait until 6 months. If it's still giving people benefits, buy it in 6 months. Don't buy it now. These people are lying to you. They are trying to make money. This thing, I wear it because I already bought it. It's gold plated. It's like Kate Spade. I just wear it because one must decorate themselves. But your protection comes from within. Your protection comes from within. No copper bango, no what is going to protect you. It comes from within. You just trust your God within you and you'll see. Wake up in the morning and be like, God has me. And then at night before you go to bed, listen. Ask God for what you want. If you're like, hey Banange, Jukira knows a lot of things, even you sit down and be like, I'm asking for wisdom. I'm asking for the ability to theorize things. I'm asking what. And then you keep quiet. God will give you what you ask for. God will give you what you ask for. I don't follow Bible things, but Jeremiah 33 verse 3. It tells you that if you ask of me, I will come and tell you. Then I will show you. And then God will show you. God will show you, will tell you, will a voice from like my mom's voice calling me and being like, what are you doing on that? You've been walking home? She was like, this whole time you've been walking home, like looking at her little like 8-year-old child who has been walking home because I'm trying to eat sausages, man. So yeah, so after that for like a month I was really good. I wasn't spending the transport money. I was actually using the taxi, but I really saw the returns were not the math wasn't mathing. So I realized that the police bus used to take the police officers who used to work there up on Wampeo Avenue. The police officers used to work at Wampeo Avenue, but then they used to live near my home. So the bus would come and collect them every day and take them back. So I started waiting for the bus. Then the bus stopped and I put my hand out. And the guy stopped and I was like, hey, I also stand near you guys. Can you take me? He was like, yeah, enter. I entered. Now I started eating and using the police bus. The police bus would take me every day. Like, police used to be our friends. They used to be our friends. You would be, just know it, like whenever you see a police officer, you would be like, hey, my God, this person is going to help me. And this is not a long time ago. It's not like I'm 50 years old. I would go and sit there, then they would ask me, yeah, mwana mwala lero wasomi. Then I'd be like, twa somi multiplication, twa somi addition, like, oh, they would leave me alone. And I would just do my things every day from that day on until they broke down that school. I used to be in that police bus. So, yeah, it was a nice childhood. Thank you for the gifts. It was a really nice childhood. But now the police officers are trying to steal money from you. They are the ones who are coordinating the theft. They are the ones who are doing what? Imagine 30 minutes from town up to Namambe. Now it will take you 2 hours. We need to go back to those days. Eh? Banange, lift yourself up like this to first pause on your kabam, because the kameme would be so hot. And just know. So, Hamza Bambi, you have missed the whole story. But we need to go back. We need to reimagine the Uganda that we grew up in as millennials. TikTok wants me to verify that I'm a human being. Hold on. You guys, TikTok, eh? I can't even see what you guys are talking about. Verify, drag the puzzle to fit the thing in place to verify. What the fuck? They are trying to chase me. What have I done to you people? Astagfirullah. And you guys, we have to thank you. We have to. It keeps doing. Hey, Yuga Man, how are you? Bananga, you guys, go follow Yuga Man. Go follow Yuga Man. I have been here running my TikTok lives in a disorganized way. Yesterday, when they chased me, I went and attended one of Yuga Man's lives. Organized! He was so organized. I was like, hey, just know there was a timer. Everyone talks on their own time. When their time for talking, they come up here. Then when the timer gets off, there was no nonsense. There was no kavuyo. I was like, this is how people run their lives. Me, my lives. People be shouting. People be what? Just know. I was like, so go and follow him. And he's in Uganda. So follow him and send him money. So, me, I'm not in Uganda. But yeah, so you guys, we have to, as human beings, we are spiritual in nature. So we have to start talking about, thank you, we have to start talking about the lives, when life, to imagine, because kids now can't even think about the things that I enjoyed as a kid for free. Kids can't even think about having police officers protect you. They can't even think about it. Us, police used to protect us. Like, police used to help us out. You get? Thank you. I know we really lost the good police officers, but we need to talk about these things. We need to talk about when life was good. All the stories that we share about Uganda can't be when life was bad. You're enjoying too much. Now let me tell you. My parents started scrambling. They started scrambling because they had to find a house and find a school. And meanwhile, they were making no more money. So now they had to start going in the outskirts of. The conductors would take your money. Other conductors were my bad days, because they would go. So my mom was on the LC1, and she was the women's representative for the LC1. So she would go to the market and talk to those ladies a lot, and the ladies in the market would come and tell her their problems. So she would be like, hey, come and escort me. The lady at the market, her husband beat her. We have to go and check on her. So we would go to the market and talk to those women, and then the men would be in the market. The taxi guys, they would be there around the market, and then they would be like, hey, lecturer Jevare, what. So they knew her. And so they were my bad days. I think even one of them is the one who reported me that I was walking instead and eating the money for sausages. I know you. Things were organized. Then this man became comfortable and decided to treat us like we have done something to him. The way the man treats Ugandans, you can think we have done something to him. You can think he hates us. Like, we don't have medicine. We don't have gloves. We don't have gauze. We don't have what? Impala, jango tunyumize gundi. Jango tunyumize Luzira. I'm okay, unruly. Oliotia. He really hates. How do I do it then? Impala jevale kosa.
Kale Jukira, how are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm
Thank
very,
you.
very fine. I'm happy. I'm alive.
Yes, nice. Tell us. We tukubanja story.
Hey, remember, yesterday I was looking for you. Ningambo, my phone has issues.
Yesterday bangobye wano bannange.
I think it was
I
because of the number and everything.
I didn't know. I didn't know they didn't allow numbers.
This app is very complicated.
But we manage. There's nothing that can finish us Ugandans. With the things we have been through, we shall manage everything.
We will survive. So how are you guys? I use Impala Media, but I'm called Jack Musoke. I'm very safe. And no one will look for my name. And I'm really happy to be here. I really want to, I love sharing knowledge. I love knowledge and I love sharing knowledge. So this year I experienced one of the most terrific things in my life. I had never stepped foot in a police cell. And my first experience was Ruzira. Not even a police cell. I went straight to Ruzira.
Ah,
Yes, I left work to go and answer to something that was at Makindye Court. It was about some land issues I was involved in, so we are just having misunderstandings with a neighbor about a plot I had bought in Mutundwe. So I went just to sort out something. Reaching the court, I saw the magistrate. He was like, "Why are you taking this guy's land? I've sentenced you to 6 months." Within 2 minutes, this is a long story, but it was all done within 2 minutes. I didn't even say anything, not even a hi. So before knowing it, the policeman is there. They take me to the waiting container there. It is a container, metallic container at the court. My phone is taken away. Everything is taken away. So I had some money with me. The warden, the prison warden, told me to make a phone call. I had to pay 20,000 shillings for 1 minute, just to tell my people that I'm going to Luzira. They're taking me to Luzira. So I tried to dial the number of my best friend. The number was not going through. So that is 20,000 gone. I told him, okay, let me use my phone because I have credit on my phone. He told me, no. What if you call people and they hijack us on that? We have to use my phone. So he had the money because they had taken away the money. So he was just deducting now. He told me now you have to pay another 20 to make another phone call. I'm not good at cramming numbers. The only number I had in my head was for my ex-girlfriend.
ma'am.
So I did not want to call this woman, but I had no number. I have two numbers for my mom and for my ex-girlfriend. We were together for very many years, so somehow the number got stuck in my head. But I'm not good with numbers. I even at times forget my MTN number. So I had no option but to call this ex of mine. I called her. I told her, call this person, tell him I'm being taken to Luzira now. So they took the phone. Before knowing it, it was already around 4:30, and the bus for the prisons was there. Okay, I thought this was something simple that was going to be handled, and before knowing it, handcuffs are on me. It's my escort down now. They started counting us. Then I entered the bus. Now I knew it was real when I was in the bus. The things I'm telling you are for last month.
This last month here.
So now yes, so now I knew it was real. I reached the bus. I could not imagine. First of all, that's why when I see people joking about prison, I even wonder. Just the air that is in that bus, the air that these people breathe, the smell in that bus. If you are not strong enough, you might vomit. You might even, I don't know, you, it can torture you psychologically because it is very bad. Remember, you're in the same bus with people who have killed, who have defiled young people. You are all put together. So, cut the story short, we are taken and found out of traffic. We are there suffocating in the bus, in the jam. They are suffocating you. First of all, this bus is not a normal bus. It is built in a way. It is a cage inside. So you are locked inside. You are in a bus, but then you are locked inside. Then we reached the women's side. They first dropped the women. So the women, at least I can commend prisons. Women at least treated a bit differently from men. They are allowed to sit in the bus and put on decent clothes, and so they're treated differently. So they drop off the women at their prison, which is about 700 meters from the highway, Luzira Port Bell Highway. I mean road, sorry. So then we proceed. I was seeing things for the first time. I heard about Luzira. I've never even approached this place. So we are now taken. Then I see the word Murchison Bay. I had already heard about it. So we bypassed that one. I thought we were going that side. We bypassed that. We proceeded and went up to Luzira Upper Prison. Then they dropped off some people there, and then they told us to stay. Me and some other guys. Then I did not understand at first what they are doing. Then we went on. That is around 7:30. We proceeded and went up to a prison called Kampala Remand, or what they call Luzira Lower Prison. So I think that's where they put people with the light cases. I've killed a person, manslaughter, rape. Those are light, but those capital offenses, they're kept in upper prison. So guys, I reached this place. Things changed the moment I entered the gate like this. Things changed. They told me this is a very different world. Everything they tell you, you have to do. We reached, they told us to squat. I'm not a very, very fit person. I don't usually work out a lot. Are you guys getting me? Are you getting me, guys?
We're getting you. We're getting you. We're hearing.
Yes, so I was
I
told
think
to
you're the one
squat.
who. Mm,
I was told to squat. They had to count. Then we approached some officers who were seated there like kings. Those prison wardens, they are like kings seated there. You don't have to stand up when they are seated. You have to be squatting on handcuffs. So I started feeling pain and could not hold it have to squat. Then they told me you have to purchase everything from there. You have to buy razor blade for shaving. You have to buy sugar, bread, and all that. If you don't have money in Luzira, that is going to be one of your worst experiences in life, because the food there you cannot eat it. I can tell you, even if you are the most strong person, you cannot eat that food, especially if you are from a life of eating a normal meal, a balanced meal, and all that. Even if you're not from that life, that is the other thing is not even food, I'm telling you. So I bought stuff from there, and there were some sharp prisoners who took money from me because they knew they saw me, I was new. Everyone was telling me stuff. It will be safe there. I have to do this. You give me this money, I'll protect you. So all the command I had, about 400, was lost in that circus there within 10 minutes. Because I never knew anything. Someone, I'm going to buy for you I'm selling you the uniform. You have to get a new uniform. I was not understanding anything, and these guys were just laughing. So after that, they told us to go and get the uniform now. But I told them I've just given this guy 50,000 to get me a uniform. The officer told me I could be. So all of us were made to go and pick a uniform from a sack that was there, and I think this is one of the terrible things that have ever happened to me. I picked a uniform and I was told to change from my clothes and put them together with the shoes and everything. I go there to be searched, which one is searched in a very, very bad way, in a very disrespectful manner, because they touch almost every part of you. They strip you naked, and it is bad. It is bad. So, or as if that was not enough, I got a uniform and I was given 1 minute to put it on. Surprisingly, you are only given one chance to pick a uniform, and the uniform I picked was all torn and all my bums were out. I'm a
Jesus.
very tall man, very tall. I'm about 6.2 feet. The kashat I got, it could not even reach my this, I don't know how they call it, but this place of the umbilical cord.
Condition.
Condition, typical condition. But that was okay. But my bums were out, really out. And it could not fit, so I had to hold it. So holding it like this for it to fit, it means the bums had to be out. So I was traumatized at that point, and I was like, I cannot be in this uniform am I going to be in this uniform for the time I'm going to be here? So they told me to walk. It was in the dark, so I was okay walking, but I knew I was going to meet people. My mind was on the guys that I'm going to meet, because I was afraid that they're going to beat me up, to do what. So I reached the ward. They gave me ward 7, and they opened. They opened, and I saw about 300 people in one room, all seated.
How big is
And
it?
I think it is about it's about 40 by 20 feet.
Like a normal sitting room?
No, like it's like a hall, but you see these halls we had in school. But there's not a hall, but those ones at school were very, very huge. This one is not very huge. So we're about 300. I remember in that cell, that ward. It's called a ward, and all people were staring at me like this, seated down. They were watching TV. That I had a story after some time that there were no TVs, but when Brian White went there, that Brian White guy, He bought TVs for the entire prison, so they usually sit there and watch news and songs and that. So I was there, entering the room. They told me to go and greet the katikiro. There's a katikiro in a ward. He's like the lead of the ward, with a special bed there and everything. So I went in and reported to him,
How does he get
and
that
he
position?
told me,
How does he get that position?
I think it depends on one's sentence and one's behavior, because the one who was our katikiro was already sentenced and had almost 4 years, but he was a good guy. He was a Christian, and he was a paralegal. He was studying. He was very knowledgeable.
They
But
give them room to study in
yeah, they have. They give them room. They have books. They can access books. They have a library there. But these are thugs. Most of them are thugs. They are thieves. These people whom you see giving people around kicks on the streets, they are there. So this guy told me you have to go and shower before we even say anything. But my problem was walking from one end to the other when my
with your
bums are
bum.
out. So guys, I had nothing to do. I had to walk majestically, and I walked, and to them it was something normal, because after some days I saw that most of them were having such uniforms, and it was business as usual. So I went, but to my surprise, the bathrooms were extremely clean. I was also very afraid that they would not be, but they were extremely clean with an attendant. So water was available, and as soon as I was done, that guy, I think by God's grace, the katikiro liked me. So as soon as I was done, they gave me a brand new uniform, and I was extremely happy. Putting it on, it could not fit, because I'm not so big, but it could not fit. So I had to look for ways. I even spent almost 20 minutes there fidgeting to see that it fits, because at least it was new, and only the waist was the problem. So I had to find ways of it fitting. So I went there. Now it was around this. They sleep at 9. As soon as it clocked 9, now it was time for sleeping. Now this is where the real deal is. So I went to the guy. I told him, where am I going to sleep? The guy laughed at me, because I just saw that these people cannot fit in this room. I thought maybe we're just there. They're maybe going to go somewhere else. I asked the guy, are we going to sleep all here? He told me yes. I told me, you wait and see. So this guy told me that I'm going to pay 150,000 for I have forgotten how they call them, but they are like blankets for prison. They give you so that you don't sleep on the floor, and they give you a space of 2 feet.
On the floor, straight on the floor.
Yes, straight on the floor. So once they give you those blankets for prison, now you are a VIP, because the rest sleep on real concrete. So they gave me those things. I've forgotten how they call them in prison, but they were blankets, I know. So you put them on the floor and you just sleep, no bed cover or anything. Now I had to pay. I told the guy I don't have money now, but tomorrow morning I can make a phone call and they wire the money. He told me, fine, I'm going to give you a benefit of doubt, but I need 150,000 for you to sleep, to give you 2 feet. Yes.
Prison life is expensive, but now you've so far spent like how much at this point?
I think because I went to court when I was having 473,000 in my pocket. So by the time I entered that ward, I had nothing. And I was already in debt of 150,000 for space to sleep. So I slept. Okay, I did not sleep. I got my place and sat because I was wondering how am I going to sleep without a blanket. First of all, the thing was even very hard. I'm used to a mattress. I cannot sleep here. So now, as I was still thinking about how I'm going to sleep, now I saw something that I don't know how best I'm going to explain it, but I'm going to use the best possible language for everyone to understand. Now they had to pack people all to the 300 because these spaces I've told you of 2 feet where the VIPs sleep, they accommodate about 20-30 people. So the 270 had to sleep in what we call it is called echigari. So they arrange them in a way that one has to sleep on one side. You don't have to change. So they arrange them that my head is this side, someone's head is on my foot. You understand? That's how they sleep.
Yeah.
So do a line, and they do that like my head is this side, your head is the other side. On one side, maybe you're sleeping on your right hand, on your right side, like that. So after
So
doing
what
the
if you
first
turn
phase,
around in the middle?
you don't turn. That is just the first phase. There are 3 phases. After the first phase, now they come and start fixing in. They start coming to fix in the ones that have not yet gotten space. Imagine you are sleeping on your side, and then they have to fix another person inside between the two of you. Now that is the second phase. Now here comes the third phase. When people have not fit in that thing, it's called a chigai. Now they have to squeeze again so that all these people fit in that space. At some point, I thought someone is going to die because you're made to put your knee in between these people. You put it on in between the stomachs of these people, and you fidget and fit in that space. That's how. There's no turning. There's no urinating. You urinate there. Bino matenzi okusengenda kufuka kiro no So I was extremely shocked, and I was very positive in my mind that we are waking up with at least 10 dead bodies. And these guys were just laughing, and to them everything was very normal. But kids were crying. Unzita, you are killing me. I cannot breathe. I'm suffocating. Literally, there is no way I could sleep in those things, even if it needed me to do what. So once they don't fit, others are made to sleep in the toilets. And those who are made to sleep in the toilets are the ones who call the boilers. The boilers are the ones who work in the kitchen, that bring in food and all that. In prison, sleeping in that toilet I told you about, even if it's clean, you are now a VIP sleeping in the toilet. You can imagine that. A VIP. Era abasula mu toilet tebagambwako. So I saw these things and I was like, my God. And the lights went off at around 9:30, and at that point you were not allowed to say anything. anything. Even if you start coughing and you guys are coughing randomly, you are made to stop. The only time you're allowed to say something again is in the morning at 5 when they fall in, when they come for fallen. It's called fallen in the prison language, but it's just normal counting of prisoners. So once the lights are put on, the lights are outside. It's the wardens that control the lights and everything. Once they put them on, you all have to wake up at 5 in the morning. You have to wake up and then sit according to your offenses. Like these ones were already committed, these are on remand, these are debtors, these are what? Then you be there seated quietly until the warden comes, and then he or she counts. Then you stay inside. You don't sleep again. You stay there seated up to 8 a.m. That's when they open the door. They just open the door for you people to get fresh air and all that, but you don't get out until they call your word to go and get porridge.
So now this whole time when you're sleeping in those tight quarters, and like that, I don't know how to ask this without being overwhelmed, because I feel
First of
like
all,
things be touching each other.
I did not sleep because I have insomnia, and the guy who was just next to me, the guy could snore like nothing. And I was in total shock. I could not sleep. That is the truth. Even if I was very, very tried, but I could not sleep. So imagine being in that space. People are gassing, they are snoring, they are sweating in one space. And yeah, in the morning, now this is the point. They brought, they're like bowels, but these things that they use for porridge and that. I mean, if you're not, if but these pike types, Kampala girls and these Kampala guys we have of these days, you cannot eat. First of all, these bowls are plastic, but they're as if they are rusted. They are very dirty. Yet they have just washed them, but look very funny. So they give you, and you have to take porridge. That is it. At least that one is a must. So you have to be with sugar and things you bought while entering. So we went and got porridge. At least for the porridge, I can recommend someone can take for survival.
Before you even continue to the next day, I want to give people a historical context here. This kind of sleeping accommodations is not accidental. This thing, like someone was saying here in the comments earlier, that the president of Kenya was saying the same thing as what Sego was saying, that we are being funded by foreigners, which they always use the same talking points, the same words. So they recycle all of these things. So that way of keeping people is what they used to do in slavery. So in slavery, they used to get people and they would put them in these dungeons like that until they break their spirit. And then on the passage, on the middle of passage, they would store them like that, side to side, head to feet, exactly the way he has described. And they would make people travel to the new world like that. So this man is repeating the things that we already went through in slavery. He's repeating the things that we went through in colonization. You guys. Anyway, continue.
So you're meant to go and take the porridge, and you can take the porridge. At least if you want to survive, you can take the porridge. I can recommend. So you take the porridge, then you go back to the ward. You don't stay in the compound. You go back to your ward, and then they lock. Each ward that gets porridge, they lock again. And a prisoner is only allowed to get out at around 10. You get out at 10. You be out from 10, 11, midday. At 1, you go back inside. Then they count you again. Then after like an hour, at 2, you get out. Then you'll be out for...
So what do you be doing outside?
2, 3, then at 4, you go back inside. So once you go back inside at 4, there's no coming back out up to 5 in the morning. So once you're outside...
What do you be doing outside?
There are people who want to make phone calls to their people. People who are receiving visitors. And people who are shaving off the hair. Because first of all, you don't have to be with hair. The moment you step in prison like this, you have to shave off your head. Washing of those things, those uniforms. They'll be doing a lot of things there. There's church, there's football, and the new ones have to go through the process, getting their prison numbers, getting their HIV tested, all those stuff. So that's what happens typically during the day. So once you go back inside at 4, you don't get out until the next day at 5. Now, when you go back at midday, at 1, that's when you have to take your lunch. But now, this is the thing. When you look at that thing they call food, it is sliced in a way that you know these buns, the buns we used to buy for 500 shillings. So each person is given a food portion that is similar to a buns of 500 shillings. Then with a lot of soup, but it's not even soup. I think it's just water that was mixed with beans. And we were made to eat this thing. So I tried to eat, not because I liked the food, because everyone had warned me about the food, but I wanted to know why are they warning me. So I had to eat, test what. This thing was sour. Do you know something being... I don't know how to describe this thing. You know chachu, this thing for chicken.
For chicken?
Chicken feed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was like that. Because what they told me, when they are cultivating where they are harvesting this maize and putting them to that thing that grinds them by the grinder or whatever it's called in English, they do not pluck off maize like normal corn and grind. They just put the entire thing, the entire plant.
Even
You
the
get my
thing,
point?
the
The leaves, the stems, the what, they just put the entire thing and they just grind. Because the thing was very, very sour, and I told them I cannot eat this. So I had my bread and I was expecting people to come. So what they did in prison, every prisoner has an account, like a bank account. So once your people come and you have some money, you deposit money on your account. And you can always buy eats that are provided by the prison wardens. Like you can buy chapatis, you can buy everything you want. Even chicken is there, everything. As long as you have money. So my people came, they put money on my account. You are not allowed to touch money. It is given to a warden somewhere who has a right to say, now you have consumed this much, and you will not even ask. So that money is put on an account. And an account is just a black book, not like a safe being rare that you deposit money. So you just give someone and writes your name, Jack, in a black book. Jack has this much. So if he says your money is done, it is done because you not take him to court. So there's some business going in prison that people are making millions and millions of money out of, and I don't think that the authorities even know about it. But people need to survive, and people pay money because no one is allowed to bring anything from outside, even if it's your visitor or what, unless it is something tangible, maybe like plastic or anything. But why would you need plastic in prison? So typically everything works in their favor, that you have to buy everything from them inside. So people are there making money. They are selling OD, they are selling chapati, they are selling everything. Yeah, so we're there, and one of the biggest things, the major problems I saw people serious illnesses. I saw a guy, I think he had, it is called hernia, it is called testo what, but it affects the testicles. I don't know what it's called in the terminology, I've forgotten. So this guy, because of that squeezing, that hernia burst, and we were in the same ward. And this guy was limping and trying to tell these people, guys, I'm sick, I cannot do this. And I knew what he was going through because my son faced the same issue, that hernia that affects the testicles. Your testicles swell, the hernia goes down there. So this guy was there, and even when the time,
Is it testicular torsion?
I don't know, but it is a type of a hernia. I think you have medical people here, they know how they call it. But it's just a hernia that goes through your testicles. Not this one that comes at the umbilical cord. Yes, so this guy, the hernia burst, and he was there and he was limping, and blood was all over him, but nothing could be done. There were people with TB. People had a lot of things there, serious illnesses, and the only time they could come for you is I think it was Friday. They told me it was Friday, and until the time, unless the thing is very serious, they could not pick you. And I was very reliably told that people die, and it is something very normal in prison. You die, they come and pick you because of the suffocation and everything. So that
So
was it.
people are
And
saying it's called in Panama.
no, it's not in Panama. I know Panama, but it is a hernia. When you Google about it, and hernias are different. Yes. So prison life is extremely hard. I wanted to be very brief. If your friend is in prison, if your friend ever tells you that, guys, I'm in this situation, try as much as you can to help, because chances of losing life in prison are extremely high, extremely coming out of prison if you're not mentally strong, like this generation of ours, because some of us are millennials, we're not the generation Z people, Gen Zs. Our Gen Zs are not so strong mentally like us people who grew up on these Tadova candles, lamps. So it is very bad. It's a very bad experience and very traumatizing. And in fact, I told you, I think last time, I'm planning to do an outreach there. I'm talking to my fellow Rotarians to go back and see how we can help these people, or maybe get a trauma center, because prisons does not have such. But these people, you can literally run mad. I'm telling you, you can. Because imagine someone who is having your hair very well shaped, they go and trim it off to 0 degrees. This kawalata, typical kawalata, if there's anything like hair, those are chiboko. So every after 2 days, you have to
that's another spiritual attack.
very
That's
bad
another. They are trying to
experience.
break people. They're trying to break your spirit.
And they dehumanize you. I told you, you have to shave in the public, you have to undress in the public. To undress in the life really is in Zira. Thank you so much, Jokira.
Some human being should live like that. Not even the murderers, not even the rapists. No one should live like that. That me, let me tell you right now. First of all, without a mattress, immediately I can't sleep. And then next, when someone's body like this is on my skin like this, and then the smell and I can't even imagine. How long were you there?
I was there for 3 days. I went on Thursday, then I came back on Monday. I don't know, 3 days, 3 nights. And even delaying there was
You're even
because of the
lucky you didn't get
in the judiciary system, because someone just played tricks with me. I was not in the fault. It was a powerful guy who just wanted to take a piece of land from me, because he had a plot that was behind mine and he's never had access. So instead of giving him money to sell him a piece to access his plot, he just switched to using force. Even from Luzira was taken straight to Makindye, made it that Makindye Ame Court. I don't know how it's called. Court martial. Yes, I was tried in a civilian court. Then on Monday I was taken to a martial court just to meet this guy seated there smoking, and told me, have you learned the lesson now? So guys, when you talk about these things in Uganda, we talk from a point of torture, of being hurt. We have experienced these things, not because we hate these people or what, but these are experiences we go through in life. And this is me who can speak, but there are very many people who cannot speak. I'm telling you, very many.
and these things just happen for me. Let me tell you, my brother, my older brother, it was this Valentine's Day of this year 2024, and they were in a bar just chilling. Then police officers came and entered the bar that he was in. There were many people. You know how Ugandan bars are. There were many people. They were just there. They entered the bar, and then my brother, because he's just like me, eh? He's just like, so he's like, Afande, wagwan, bichi, bichi, bichi. Afande pulled out a baton and started hitting him. People started running. But when they ran, they reached outside and they realized outside there were many bubangali of police. All of them were out there. So people who were running, they were being grabbed and thrown underneath the thing. Grab and throw, grab and throw. People who are just gone to drink, dance, what? They put them under in the pickups, and then they continued driving to like 3 other buses. They started shooting up in the air. they took them to jail. Then they told them that they had been like an armed robbery nearby, and now they were looking for the gun. So then people were like, you found us in the bar. Like, what do you mean? So then they put all the people they had collected, like 100 people, they put them in one room. Either he was telling me he still smells the smell that was in there. He can still smell it. When he closes his eyes, he still smells it. They kept them there the whole night. Then in the morning, they kept on calling them out one by one. And then they would tell them, how much do you have for me? How much do you have for me? So my brother, first of all, he had been charging his phone at the bar. So he had left his bar at the phone, his phone at the bar, and he didn't have cash on him. He was like, I don't even have my phone. I have mobile money, but I don't have my phone. Meanwhile, this whole time, his girlfriend doesn't know where he is. We don't know where he is because he wasn't able to call anyone. Just know he asked one guy that he was in the jail with. He was like, can you go help me bring back my phone? So the guy brought him back the phone, and then he sent mobile money to those people. And that's how he was able to pay his way out. And then on the way, as he was leaving the jail, the worst thing is you take a turn like this and then you get on the main road. And then on the main road up there's like send no to torture. After he had been, guys, like the amount of work we have to do in this country is crazy. You think these things won't reach you, but all of those things they do, they're trying to break our spirit as Ugandans. They're trying to make it so we are so desperate that we can't fight. So we keep accepting less and less and less and less. And we just have to take heart. And people who are not in Uganda, people who have managed to leave, you leave and then you spend like a year or two recuperating, relaxing, getting better. But after you get better, you need to start speaking for our country. You need to start speaking for our country because you think you have escaped, but spiritually, the people that you're closest to, the things that they go through, they come and affect you. You find yourself somewhere where you just don't have, something is just wrong and you don't know why. But it's because the spiritual space, buried deep among. So wherever you have found yourself, if you find that you have reached a good place, that means that you're ready to step back into the ring to help our people. Because first, listen to how the prisons are run. I remember in 2011 when I was on a company protesting us. First, come and tell us that Somalia story. Rigara, come up here and tell us this Somalia story because.
And maybe something to add on Jukire. Something that you can also maybe be careful when you go to these prisons and all that. Prisons can also be a source of serious crime. I met people there, very influential people there. And people are typical thieves. I saw people who stole money and they just took themselves there to be imprisoned. Because they told me a data, let me say I've taken 200 million from you, Jukira, and I accept a data. You have to take care of me in prison. You have to pay 150,000 every month for 6 months. That is about 900,000. For me, who owes you money to eat, the government doesn't feed me. You have to pay for me. And when I go into prison, a data is even treated like a VIP. He's even given special space. So people steal. And once they steal and keep their money somewhere safe, they know 6 months is nothing. And very few people can feed these people for 6 months. And once you fail to feed them, they're just let go. So a guy told me, you'll be there. Just go get your money, ukuba sente zo, omanye nti ziri safe. Omulamuzi akusalira emyezi 6. Teri muntu ayinza kuliisa myezi 6. Era ajja kuliisa omwezi 1-2. Akitebwa akita, prison yongeye kuteerawo. Man, I was like, what is happening? Then I was seated to a boy. Why I told you that we need therapy. I was seated to a boy one time when we were having lunch, and this guy was like, nze bwe banteera wano, bwe banteera e Makindye, when natuukire waka nja kuba namu emitwalo gyange nga 3. Ne mugamba, where are you going to get the money? He was nja kera kukuba ku nga nziba bba abantu bampe ssente. And the guy was smiling. A young boy who is even below 20 years. Nengola wamukubye kubye nine amalibu, but we need therapy for these people. One thing I saw that really touched me is that 90% of the people I was with in that ward were below 25 years. Were below 25 years. Very, very young. And they were from almost a similar demographic. They were from a similar region in this country. That is something I saw.
Where were they from? What region?
They were from typically this central region.
So Uganda yafe. Yes, Jokira, how are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. We have to pray for our country and work hard to restore it. Otherwise, it's a very sad state. I remember in 2011, I was actually the whole of 2010. I was planning to go to Iraq. Then the companies closed. They told us, "Oh, now we are taking it to Somalia." There was a company in Naguru.
Let's wait. Start from the beginning. Hey.
Yes, it's what I'm telling you from the beginning.
That is not the beginning. You can't start from I was planning to go to Iraq.
Yes.
Was there like a something going? How did you hear about this thing of going to Iraq?
No, Iraq actually in our high school days, when I was in senior 6, that in 2007. There was a guy from Bushenyi there. He gave me a tip that you can come and we take it for free. So I kept his mobile number on paper. Remember, in those days, phones were not as common as today. Only my cousin had a Motorola at that time. So I wrote the number on the paper. After some years, then I developed interest. I called him, said, okay, come to Kampala, or from Barara, then now to Kampala. I started the process. Remember, that is after like
How was the process?
The process was very tedious because you have to go, it's going and coming, almost, it took me like 3 months. But still, it never succeeded.
What are they checking for?
Yes, in that time,
what were you checking?
You had to put in the passport, then they ask for Interpol. You got Kororo in those days. You move up and down for Interpol. When the Interpol comes, they tell you, wait, we shall be calling you. Then you'll go home and spend like 1 week. They tell you, okay, come to the company. You come and they only brief you as if there's something big that they're going to tell you. So it took us time that we have to go for embassy verification. American embassy, they have a branch in Kororo, in Naguru, not Naguru, this. No, not here in Zambia. They have another, it's called the Gano Special Organizing Thing, GSO offices. The opposite UCC, Uganda Communications Commission side. You facilitate my verification. So we would go there, then they tell us, okay, you come again. In that process, when we are doing all of that, police, I think, had wanted more money, you know. They were scheming on how they can get money from these external labor companies. We were there as job seekers. The truck, the police truck, parked at the gate. They came inside, and they said, "No, you have to be on your knees. You are under arrest for human trafficking." We were like 15 or 20 people inside in the office that were waiting for the manager to brief us on what step to do next. They took us to Naguru, rather Chira police station. Even the manager of the company, it was called Oasis. The guy was called Hagai. You know, most of people here, they know him. He too was taken to Gonde Chireka rapid response, Wembre Weyari, Yakayanja. For us, we were taken to Chira police station. We spent the night. The following morning, they took us to that Wembley detention center, Chireka area. But maybe we were looking for jobs. How can we be charged for human trafficking? But fortunately, the director of the company, that Hagai, had married a lady that had an influential family. That's what saved us. They were generals in the army of Kanos and all that. They came to Chireka. They put us outside in a Musururu Moja as human traffickers. I never forget this. I was just a young guy, you know, a very young man. They told us we should resist this, it's against it. They said, no, we are job seekers. We are not, you know, and our boss, the person that, the owner of the company is here. We are not the employees of the company. How can we be human traffickers? Actually, we are the victims. We should blame you guys. Fortunately, they released us after putting in something. Our families came, they had to bribe here and there. Then they released us. That is when I realized that Uganda really is degenerating. That is in 2011. Actually, in the end of 2010. From that time, I gave up on Uganda because I had never been to jail. I'm not a very stubborn person, but I'm very resistant and very resilient when it comes to matters of national issues. But on this one, I was looking for a job and I ended up in detention centers. So oyo kyayogera nti okumukwata omulamuzi n'amusindika speed, it happens and very common in Uganda. Very many people in Uganda, they are not law breakers. They are victims like him, victims of rotten government. Victims of rotten government. Only that for me, my defiance is on holding a manila and a placard. The speaker must resign. They will break your neck. We have to use the same means the state is using to rebel them. This thing of standing and holding a manila will not save us. It will not save us. They will break our necks. Yes, someone may
what
say,
do you think we can do?
We can't do anything. Now the population is very tired. Actually, do you see, there were Zulu people there. They were taking a good way, a good path, only that they hurried it. We need a very strong resistance, not this sit-down thing. It will not help us. No, these guys are in dungeons. They will come very tired and exhausted.
I don't know if we can go.
We need all means.
I don't know if we can win the state.
What wins the rebellion is not the government in power, but the people. Olutalo abantu be baluwana, not government. Museveni won not because he was strong, but because the people supported him. Wananchi, common people, they are the ones that fight the war. When they hit him, when they fed him, he emerged victorious. But if they did not feed him, if they did not hide him, he would not have managed it. But he forget. People forget easily when they become rich and bloated that they were starving way back. So Museveni has forgotten that the wars is fought by people. Now he's on the side of the rooters and supports them, and he's one of them. But Katsabe Katonda, Uganda bafuna omutima ogw'oku resisting bad governance by all means.
What was the benefits, the compensation package for Iraq and Somalia? How much money were you guys getting?
We never went. The company even ended up taking our money. We never went, and we went into other things. You know, in the companies in Iraq, they are not directly registered, rather authorized by Ministry of Labor and something. There is one company called Gideon's Men. Gideon's Men, they say family, one of Museveni family members, it's the one with sole responsibility that authorizes companies to get license okutwala abantu. So oli yafuna tender nti ye Gideon's men are in charge in the external labor thing. So bano bajja bekwata ku Gideon's men. People can research about Gideon's men. Ye in charge, but this one cannot be in public. Ye in charge. Gideon's
I've always
men,
wondered how much they pay.
My dear, this thing actually,
I've always wondered how much.
There are some Ugandans still who are stuck. They served, of course, then they Bawavira government here, US, the Department of State, some were under the Department of Defense that they need compensation. Some are here, they are compensated, but Nabiva Kwebi, I don't even give, because it wasted beyond time, almost like 2 years waiting. Yes. And all they do is just scam you, say, wait. But all in all, a life has to go on. When you fall, you don't remain on the ground. You have to stand and walk.
I realize that, you know how we know now the Kenyan soldiers have been sent to Haiti. I realize we keep abusing the Kenyan soldiers, but they're probably just small boys who are desperate, who needed a job, who someone told them, apply, you're going to go into a plane. And they just said, you know what, instead of starving, let me just go.
This Kenya thing is like Ugandans that went to Somalia. Government here, US Sasura Kenya, and the UN partly Sasura Kenya. Kenya yonesaro how much it will give banabakozi bayabajas. So government takes some portion, banabasirikare Kenya afuna like $200 as a salary. Nebagamba now we shall be giving everyone that goes to Haiti a $500. That's how they do it. Government get what like 1,000 when there is a small portion. And
maybe something to add on. Let me tell you something. People have been desperate. I know, Jukira, I know people, young people.
Let me pass mute Rigara just so we can hear.
I know people who traveled from Uganda. This one I know firsthand. From Uganda up to the USA. Someone announced those things. They traveled from Uganda up to the USA, went to stayed there for 4 years, came back. These guys never had a passport. They were taken from Uganda. They went up to the USA. They stayed there for 4 years. Whatever they did there, I don't know. And they came back here. So I'm telling you, the level of desperation in Uganda is going to cost us a lot. Me, I've ever worked on a project with a certain organization here in Uganda, and that project was funded by the US Department. It is a level 3 biosafety lab in Moya down there in the national park. But I'm telling you, we are not allowed to take anything. You leave the phones outside. The cards that you're going to use in the cameras, they are bought brand new. You put them inside. You do whatever you do. You give them the work. They record. I mean, they download the work, format and just crash everything. So, I in the middle of everything, I was like, maybe more. I'm just going to get killed in this mix. I even don't understand what I'm doing here. So the level of desperation amongst the youth to achieve something, like I told you last time, the young people of Uganda no longer dream. That is a fact. Just ask your neighbor.
That's what I'm seeing the Vigilante 22 saying like, no, Kenya, no. And I understand what you mean. Kenya, the country, the ruling class, the people in power. Like Rigara was saying, they are taking money from selling our brothers, our sisters to go and fight for them. Yes. But the people who are actually going, the people who have been sent to those people are just desperate people. It's just you get to a point where you're desperate in Uganda. I'm telling you get to a point where you're desperate and there's no one, you don't have any social safety net. You're the only person probably in your family. You're supposed to, everyone is sick, everyone is hungry, people are looking at you, and you're just like, you know what, let me just go to Haiti. Me, shall I die today? So you just go. Yesterday, when I was setting up my new backup account, I was setting up my backup account and I was scrolling through, and I saw some Ugandan girl, fine babe, here on live. And she was on live basically showing her entire self, and she was like, nze mumpe sente mateke mu group mbasendingire ebifananyi mbasendingire video. I was so shocked. I was like, oh my god, people are selling everything, organs, their bodies, what for money. People are desperate.
Najukira bakuwe uniform. You have not been in Uganda. Bakuwe uniform atenga ya pinaform. Girls are delivering themselves. I'm telling you, free delivery. I'm telling you. Ate wane Kampala. Free delivery. Bakwera wage niwe baletera delivery tetuyina sente. Omwana ajja kusema ntone jibere everything atuyina.
Yabadde agamba give her mutwalo gumu mu lukumi, she puts you in a group, and then she sends something. At that point I like scrolled away, but I was like 10,000 shillings to get like I don't know what she was selling. I think like videos or pictures or what. And I was like, man, I get this beautiful girl, Bambi. She's probably desperate. She probably has nothing else to do. She said, you know what? It is what it is. I can eat. Let me just. Oh, yeah, that's very common. She sells. You know her, eh? She's very light-skinned. I have organized my For You page. I only see like news, politics, spirituality. I don't see anything else. So when I went to create my page, it really shocked me. I realized I had been detached from reality for a while. But
never Uganda, when Ukraine and Russia started the war, many Ugandans were desperate to go and join any party that can pay them. That's the level of this desperation in Uganda with 2 seconds. It's too much. So even if Kenyans are not different from us. Actually, we are all in the same boat. We're in the same boat. Even Oraba ne Rwanda yakigezaako kino ekyokudeploying in Mozambique. Is it Mozambique, that Cabo Delgado area somewhere? They will be getting some money, paying the government. Now our African states are mercenary states. They sell the services to get money to the government to run the affairs of the state. That's what they do. That's what they do.
But let me tell you something. We should try to copy. Getting back to serious business. When I was doing some research with some friend of mine, Rwanda used to come and benchmark from Uganda, the city council of Rwanda, because like it or not, we have one of the best brains here, Bana Uganda Bagezi, I'm telling you. But we lose out on all of these things because I think we are not the people who are leading this country. They do not care, not even patriotic. They just do not care or love Uganda.
They don't care.
Because we lost 2 deals that could change the lives of ordinary Ugandans. This Emirates Airlines wanted to build its African hub in Nakasongola. We lost that deal because one powerful guy who owns a handling company at Entebbe blocked the deal. Just one guy like this. One guy from Zimbabwe, most of you know him. He owns the handling company at Entebbe. Blocked the deal because he wanted a big cut. They were going to build the African hub for Emirates in Nakasongola, just here on Lake Choga. Most people, I think of you, know this thing. That, as if that was not enough, the Volkswagen deal. I do what?
What's his name?
People here telling you.
The one? Oh, people are saying, I fear that one. I fear that one.
The Volkswagen deal
Ah.
first came here before going to Rwanda. You guys know that Rwanda has a Volkswagen assembling plant there. The deal first came here. But then someone brought that nonsense of Samaya Chira Motors, this Samaya Kibichi. Then they swindled the money to that thing. I've been doing drone footage for that company from the word go. They do not make anything. They should not lie to anyone. I've been doing their drone shots from the word go. They do not manufacture anything. They just assemble. But then because of one person, we lost that. We were just getting the standard.
Someone is even Twali is scared. The information we are getting here.
Let me guys.
You guys.
Tell you this, that most of you do not understand about the standard gauge railway. Uganda is positioned in such a way in East Africa. It was going to be the center of business. When you look at the East Africa, because when the rail is coming from South Sudan, it cannot go through Turkana up to Nairobi. That is very, very far. Still, when you look at Rwanda and all these things, they cannot pass through those things to approach the ports. Uganda was the hub. But because of one guy who brought in 500, I think it was 500 or 600 traders, the guy single-handedly blocked that deal up to now. Up to now, the standard gauge has not been started. They are just renovating this old one, bringing some new concrete. Some are doing what? I'm telling you, as if that was not enough. If that thing was finished, the standard gauge railway, we're not bringing now products from the port up to Uganda. It can cost you about 14 pounds per kilo, $14 per kilo. 14 cents per kilo. So building that standard gauge, it was going to reduce the cost of business to a point whereby one needed only 3 cents to bring a kilogram from the Mombasa up to here. They refused these things. People have been telling them. People told them about the fuel, to start using the port and all that, to start using the ferry. Those guys refused for very many years. Now they started using it when Tony Ottawa had just gone to the petroleum. Fuel in Uganda is reducing now. If you guys are very vigilant, for the past 2 days, almost 120 shillings has gone off the current price because they have started using these things. So these guys, it's not about patriotism, they just do not love this country. I was talking to him, I told him about this operation. If you guys in Uganda know about the Masaka Highway, those accidents that were frequent. When these guys just woke up and said you're putting an operation Fika Salama, accidents stopped. They stopped. So these guys, it's not about patriotism, they just do not love to do these things. Because once we do these things, they know we'll be empowered, we'll get money, and we'll not be ruled by these bushmen. I call them bushmen. These guys are not educated. They are not educated. You give me a picture of President Museveni in a graduation gown and I give you 10 million if you have it.
Hello people, hello everyone here.
Hi Sean, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm okay.
Muwulidde bamukwatira China nga kukusa enjaga. China ebakwata n'enjaga, you are automatically kalaba. So what happened? They had to engage the government. The government of Uganda had to sit down, never found a deal. They cut a deal with the Chinese people. So all these things that these guys are doing, like, but basala deal or muchala nebamuta. I think you know who does drugs here in Uganda. If you talk about drugs, Waliwo amwogedde, Ivan ndaba amwogedde. Yes, it is very true. Yeah, that is true. But she is the reason tulina abachina bangi wa mu Uganda essaawa zino. When you look at all their businesses right now, they're basically Chinese. The Chinese are everywhere in Uganda. They get the largest contracts, they get the biggest projects, they get a lot of things. Okujjako Impala inacha yogedde ku kyamafuta. Impala oba walabye amafuta company y'omukulu ono ow'etteeso gye yakoze Mike Mukula. Oba wagirabye, I don't know if you saw that. They recently commissioned two vessels to transport mafuta on Lake Victoria. So these guys are really strategic. Like travel the mafuta Kenya. So we're now transporting our own fuel. So guy opens up, buys two vessels. What's the like very strategic. When the timing is right, ngabakole chintu kyabwe. Noyo musajja gwayogeddeko oyo w'Essembabule, Sam Kutesa, the grandfather of corruption in Uganda. Who doesn't know Sam Kutesa in Uganda? Sam Kutesa okumanya ali so corrupt. Ne mu UN bamwerayo enguzi. We all know that. Bamwe enguzi ngali mu UN, omusajja oba ali mu China oba ali some guy from Asia. Sam Kutesa was bribed. He was given $500,000 US. So these guys are not actually going to
What was the money for?
It was some contract that they were trying to bribe and get here in Uganda. So these guys are not really in for us. Beti kamyalumu edda yogera n'agamba nti Museveni kyonna Uganda kye yakola Museveni kikulu. Museveni alina obusungu ku Uganda tetumanyi buvaawa. Obusungu bungi nnyo in that. Yes. Bana abantu balina obusungu bungi. Tetumanyi kye twabakola, tetumanyi gye baava, but whatever it is, bana abantu balina obusungu. Era
oba tukimanyi nti omuceere gwonna ogulimibwa mu Busoga region guli controlled by one daughter. Gwe okyawulira omuceere gwa super guli gwe twafumbanga baneeba ne bawulira akawoowo buli omu najja n'atuuka. That rice is not allowed to be sold in Uganda. Tegukyakkiriza okufumbibwa.
Vanilla.
The entire rice chain in Busoga region is owned by the first daughter. That is a fact.
No, and by the way, that's what they wanted to do on coffee. That was the agenda, the recent mission. But pushing people that Salim Saleh should be the one in charge of coffee export. And they were creating a vintage. The problem of Uganda is a family.
It wasn't Salim Saleh, it was Rabogo.
The problem of Uganda is a family. And
yes,
through north, south, east, west, we have one problem, that is the Kaguta family. Until that one is solved,
guys, are we able to get names and compile them in one document, and we create like a TikTok page where it's like a wall of shame, and that account will be anonymous, that we just post there, this person did this, and then we post like the picture and then the picture, because these people think we don't know. They think we're not going to come and report them to the world. But if someone is able to compile a list of things, me, I can do things on the whatever. So
no, Juki, these people are very sure that people know, but they are also very certain that they have power over these people. Leave alone the people like us who are considered stupid in Uganda and take a different. But that I can come here and speak about these things. But over show, neighbor, regard.
Bamani that us we know, but they don't want the world to know.
Yeah, and they don't actually.
So we have to tell the world. Hey.
They know yes, we know, but when we rise up and talk about these things, believe me, they run. Because they've been ebintu bingi bye bakoze abantu ebintu bingi bye bakoze eggwanga But when we rise up and talk about them, is actually, I think, the last space we had, Jekira, I think we talked about it. Let us remain active. Let us remain active, even online. That is okay. Be active. Remain active. Kati nze leero abaami babiri bazze ku gate beefuula ababuze. But baali basirikale. Me, I do my activism on my phone. But regardless of whether they are what, but the banchi means is I will die, another shot will rise up tomorrow. But still, tetujja kulema kwogera mazima lwakubanga baagala kitiisa.
The other thing also, when abantu, they are not as powerful as we make it. You know, like how omuntu wagenda okwogera ku Museveni aba yesibye gumu bwati n'agamba let me just go, if I die I die. But that mentality, because now the way the brain works is you send your brain to go and do something for you and you give it parameters. So kati if you're going to walk this life, tell yourself every morning, me, they won't touch me. Send your brain will figure it out, your spirit will figure it out, your soul will know and be like, me, they won't touch me, I'm not going to die, I'm going to see this thing through, my children will be okay, my family will be okay. And say it like an affirmation. Ogane, refuse, even when Dilulu till the death. Even when you're there and just be like, me, it will never happen to me. Like now, Gundi, Twali Wadangamba, I'm starting to get scared. Me, that delusion that I apply under. Sure. I believe everything is going to work out perfectly and all of us are going to be okay. And in a few years, we'll be sitting in Uganda in the same room and we will be properly governed. People who actually like us as Ugandans will be in power. Our systems will be working. We will have a functioning railway. We will have hospitals that work. We'll have a CT scan. We'll have MRI. Our children will be going to good schools. There won't be a divide between the education of Caribbean, Cambridge syllabus, then UPE. Everyone will be studying the same things. Our girls will be going to school with their hair. They won't have to cut it off. Teachers won't be able to cane your children. People in prison won't be sodomized for no reason. We will have a good life. You just have to say it and believe it and repeat it and repeat it. Don't let this man kill your spirit. If he's fighting his own demons, Yamani, what he's paying for in this life, turning into a whole devil. But don't let him kill your spirit. We will do this thing.
And maybe something to add on Jukira. I would like to tell these people, we are not here. Jukira, you are not here. I'm not here, or Sean, or Rigara, or whatever person out there, even Chagurani. We are not here because we are extremely intelligent. We are not here because we sat there and saw an opportunity of rising up. No. We are here because the time is right. The time is now. When the time of an idea arrives, you cannot stop it. Even if Jack dies now, even if Jukira is shot or poisoned, the time for the idea arrived. I'm telling you, Museveni, for us who have read about him, was in government. Kuvada, ngajeyo ye kurura wali mubane nkwe bwakola biki, naye sibawo nafuna akalulukamu. You understand? He was there. Nga idea ngubude tebunatuuka. Nakaluluka kagamba musimambo sebibye bamutwala mu nsiko ye yasemba. Mukaluke besimba wako, if you guys don't know. Yasemba tebamubye. Osemba otya n'ogamba nti bakubbye. Okitegeera? Yasemba, he's the one who destabilized the things. And I always tell people about some president who can say genda kucyankalana. Ate ng'ekyankalana n'etya tesobola kucyankalana. Unless nga bwe bagikyankalanyiza bo bennyini. Because besimbawo abantu bonna yasemba mwaka kaluluka 80. Okitegeera?
N'okukyankalana is okay because there is no bloodless revolution. If you want to make the country right, you have to accept to fight very hard. So okukyankalana, as long as we overturn the system, it has no issue. Certainly tujja kukoma ku line. But we can beat North Korea because I remember in 2000 I started to keenly watch Museveni mubigambo bye. I remember 2007-8 he was in Makerere abana nga bagraduatinga n'abadressinga n'agamba ino lyankorera nti imwe bahinda n'abahinda kazimu ejengo mayumutira mhega mukiterere nku kuri ati yatukura kandi uje gukiresa huki meaning mwe kings and queens of Nkore. This pot you have put on the cooking pot has turned the nani. It's very hot and braising hot. How are you going to remove it from the cooking stove? Ngachategeza, he has entrenched himself, and we are clapping hands, and people often clap hands. But Ngabategeza, I'm somewhere. How are you going to remove me? I remember I watched that, and the person that was sitting near me, I said, now, people are clapping hands, they don't know what he's saying. In 2007-8, around there, Ngamakere when I was graduating, and people dancing.
Let me tell you something.
We are entering the North Korea style. That you
Let me tell you something. I do have,
No, you see, you guys.
I do
We
have
already-
some background that comes from the West. My dad is from Bushenyi, Shaka. And I always, whenever I find some time and discuss with my grandparents, I tell them, me, I was raised in Buganda. I'm so much of a Muganda. I'm actually Muganda because I don't understand things from that side. You understand? But I tell them the greatest mistake that this guy has done is making you people believe that he's working, he's doing these things for you, and he has turned you into the most hated region in Uganda. At times people thought it was the Baganda and the Banyakore, but now it is all over the country. One thing that I hate about President Museveni is that he has, and he is going to turn the people from the West, regardless of how we, because these people are just a small clique of the Bahima. But people don't understand these things. People don't differentiate between the Bahima, the Banyankole, and all that. These people are very different. But people don't differentiate these people. And people have hated these people. I'm telling you the reality. You understand? I tell them, once this guy lives like this, you are going to be turned into beggars. You are going to suffer. This is the greatest crime he has committed ever since he started ruling this country. Because believe me or not, this thing is no longer now about me, who is 30 years. Now the president is fighting with 19-year-old kids on the street. Before you know it, he is going to be attacking kids in P5 because people are no longer waving bye to Museveni. Kids in P2, P1 are singing revolutionary songs. So you cannot fight with such a generation. That means once he leaves, because now he's the membrane, once he leaves, these people cannot handle the ones he's going to leave. They will not handle these people because, first of all, we have the numbers. Secondly, age is on our side. This is what Malema told Zuma, and Zuma refused to listen. He told him, you be there, Muzei, disturb us, but age is on our side. You understand? And as if that is not enough, you've gone ahead and destroyed the things that make up this nation. Someone here, I think it was Ivan Bruce, was talking about banana in Masaka. I previously saw you, Jukira, talking about the forests in Congo and all that. I did work for a professor who is at Nkozi, was researching about the same thing that Ivan Bruce was talking about, why they are no longer bananas in Masaka. It's because the rain in Masaka, people who come from Masaka know, the rain from Masaka was coming from Kalangala. If you people have been to Kalangala, these forests have been cut and they planted there palm oil. So those things don't produce rain. That is why Masaka is dry, totally dry. And then they encourage people to grow eucalyptus. If you people have know agriculture, when you grow eucalyptus,
First repeat that one again. First repeat the part about the palm oil.
It's the rain that feeds.
I know a lot of people. I've been seeing them join. There's a few years ago, like they were telling people to go and buy those palm oil things, and everyone was saying it's a good business, and I've been seeing them join. So I want you to repeat this story properly so that they can hear for themselves.
sorry, it is some research that has been done, though publishing it is now a problem because you cannot publish something like that under this regime. But it is research that has been done by a professor at Nkozi University, that because people who know Masaka know that the rain in Masaka comes from Kalangal Islands, the forests from that side. And actually, if you read the geography very well, rains that feed that region were coming from Kalangala, the lakeside, and the forests were cut. I was there like 2 times. The forests were cut. Then people were made to grow these palm trees. Then a ferry was put there that transfers those things up to Jinja, Bidiko. Sean, you can go and research about who owns Bidiko and the story of Bidiko. Now we have gone to Vuvuma Island. Do you know the rain that comes from Vuvuma that feeds what? You guys need to read these things in detail. You know, you see a deliberate plan of making us extremely poor.
Can I say something small regarding the Matoke theory as well? Can I add on something?
Ivan, 1 second. Impala, can you? I have my email in my link tree. Could you please email me that thing, if you're able to?
That report. Can I add on something about Matoke? You guys, do you remember when this what's his name? This guy who used to talk Ludicha, he was a member of parliament. Was his Luchamuzi. Do you remember when Luchamuzi had a war about DDT? DDT, yeah. You guys, that guy, many people thought he was just a comedian about that DDT, and he used to warn people that DDT wasn't used in any region, but it was used in Buganda region deliberately. Everywhere they used that DDT, the soil was the facility of the soil was destroyed. You know, the soil became barren everywhere, and it was a deliberate move. You guys remember, when we were growing up in the 80s, early 90s, we knew Matoke were coming from Buganda region, and that was our staple food. It was one of the food crop. Uganda, mostly Buganda people were proud of. It was a business. Yawerera abaana abasajja gye bagagawaliramu ennyo mu Buganda region ne mwanyi, even coffee. But remember those guys abali abaveyo waggulu eyo mu western be balinga abakozi mu nnimiro z'abasajja abaganda mu nsuku ezo. Now, why do you think nti mu Buganda region amatoke tegakyakulamu naye gavaate as far as Mbarara, Bushenyi, those ends? Why do you think? Mwena munjulira abakula wano nga mulama mama wange yasuulako ku matooke naye nga bagajja Masaka. Right now in Masaka, there is no matooke anymore. Era bwe muba muyiseyo mulaba obusuku bwonna bwafa, bulabika bubi obutooke. You know, that was a deliberate move. And that's the thing. Kye bakola ne mwanyi, buli business yonna ey'omu central bagenda bayina engeri gye bagisuffocatinga ne bagidivertinga ne bagyonoona mu magezi. Emmwanyi mujjukire kaakati Buganda zigenda Kabaka yatekawo initiative n'okugaba emmwanyi ensigo ez'obwereere mu Buganda region deliberately. It's because these people baamanya nti emmwanyi y'emu ku business eyali egaggawaza abantu mu Buganda region. Ennyo abantu bangi nnyo baagaggawala, abasajja balina amayumba, balina ssente empitirivu naye zonna nga ziva mu mmwanyi mu Buganda region. Bano abasajja ne batwala monopole nga bokka be bakkirizibwa okutunda emmwanyi outside Uganda. Abasajja basaba aba State House. Mwe mukibuuzeeko oba Odreke Rwabwogo, you know, oba muwala wa Museveni nga be balina monopole.
Yali Rwabwogo n'eki project kyagwa.
Ekyuma ky'emmwanyi ne bakijjawo ne bakitwala e Rwanda. ekyuma ky'emmwanyi ekyali Busegera ne bakijjawo ekyuma kyali Bugolobi I think ekyuma ky'emmwanyi ne bakijjawo ekyuma ne bakijjawo ne kati kiri Rwanda bakitwale Rwanda ekiprocessing emmwanyi. That was deliberate. It was deliberate.
But you see, Bruce,
So Kakati, let me finish just quickly, yeah? So you guys, there is one thing you have to know. These guys are not good with the management. Buli kintu kye bali involved in nga kiri kya management bakyonoonye. It's because bano abantu ba nomads. Mwena mumanyi characteristics z'aba nomadic pastoralists. Kati awo tugendako mu history. Bano abantu tebaba na kitundu oba na ttaka oba na wantu nti wano we waka. So they are not proud. Tebalina magezi ago ga developing nga kitundu. Kubanga bo kiri mu musayi gwabwe balunzi bante batambula banoonya wali ttaka liri fertile bwe bamala okulyonoona nga bashiftinga nga badde ewalala. That's why right now balumba Congo kuba Congo eri fertile. Congo eri ebyobugagga. Kati then oluve Congo bagenze as far as the Central Republic of Africa. Central Republic. Gye bagenda kati eno gye bagenda boonoona bagenda bavaayo because they are nomadics. Eyo ye characteristic zaabwe. Bo batambula butambuzi we bava bwe batuuka boonoonawo then nga bagenda ewalala. Okwonoona that involves okubba. Tebalina agenda ya kudevelopinga kitundu kuba tebalina waka waabwe nti wewane waffe. No.
Ivan, oyogedde ekintu, you are so absolutely so right, you guys. Let me tell you, and Central Uganda, Rakubanga, here we are just able to see Central Uganda, but what is happening in the other regions? Now, Busoga used to produce so many things. All of those things have been taken over. They have been taken over. Gulu, those people used to own their land by the clan. Nibasoka ni babatekamu LRA, and they first put the war, so people ran away. Then they put in nodding disease, so people ran away. So now the Balalo have come and they have taken those people's land. They come with tippers and tippers of cows, and they just release their cows on those people's land. People keep DMing me. There is some boy Bambi who sent me a video, and he was like, "Tam was a video, but our land is going." And I told him, "I am so scared. I am so scared. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this." Now, all the regions, in my home, what they are doing to us, they are doing, and they call us Abiru. Because for them, they are Bahima. So they call us Abiru. Like, we are the stepchildren of Westerners. The whole of Uganda, all of us are suffering the same. Now, Kabale there's a district there next to, at the border, a border region called Bunagana. The Rwandese and the Ugandan army, they have taken over Bunagana. They just shoot people in the face, Nebabata, and they just walk away. You just find a body. There's some guy here. His page is called Peace Africa Hope Organization. He has my WhatsApp number. The guy sends me pictures, and I even get scared of opening the pictures. He's like, see what we saw. See what we saw. This thing is bad, you people. We are not coming here because we just want to be famous on TikTok. It would have been easier to just stay in our lane, or to just come here and be like, "Oh, book talk, I'm reading a book, what. But our home is doing so badly. Ivan, you get there. Now picture that in every single region of Uganda. Then every single region of Africa, because of like a few people. Just a few people.
Nze mumbulireyo abantu abo ekintu kye bamanaginze nga kiri successful. Tunula Uganda Airlines, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, buli ministry gye balimu nga omuntu waabwe yagiridinga byonna bifu. Njagala mbabuzeewo wano ekintu. Ekigambo limited kitegeeza ki? Omuntu nga owning like limited company. That means that a limited company, that means it's privately owned, not so. Not so. Abamanyi bya business. Yeah. Kakati mukimanyi nti Aircorp is a limited company. Pipeline yeyo managing amafuta transporting amafuta gajje hoima mpaka Tanzania. Aircorp pipeline. Muchimanyi it's a limited company. So that means it's owned by somebody.
No, Ivan.
Era mumanyi company eyo wajeli registered.
Ivan.
That
So
company is registered here in the UK.
Ivan,
It's on
first
the
wait.
company house.
Ivan, wait. About ECOP share agreement, yeah, by governor between Tanzania and Uganda. Uganda represented by UNOC. Tanzania also represented by something else. Now, this is where the gist of the matter.
My brother, let me tell you this, because myself, I'm in the UK. I went to one of the headquarters of that Aircorp company in Central London in Canary Wharf. Research about what Canary Wharf is. Ku kizimbe kya glass kiwanvu bali ku floor ya musanvu office yawe. Floor gye baliko kuliko ne shell companies. Beba sharing ne shell companies. I took a courtesy and I went there myself and I wanted to reach to that office, to their office where the floor kwe bali. Security olwajja wansi nali ndicoding. I was even on Facebook live ne bwe mugenda ku Facebook page yange ne mu scrollinga videos omujazisa ziri bbiri. Aba security nababuuza ne bagamba there is no Aircorp here. Kyokka company registered mu company house. It's a public domain mu UK wano. It's not a Uganda company registered mu Uganda. Kyokka mafuta ga Uganda. That means it would have been Aircorp Uganda Limited at least. But it's Aircorp Limited at registered mu UK. Ekyo kati mukinonyereze abasajja bannemesa ne bandetera security ne banfulumya wabweru.
Bruce should also understand asongana naba kugira ekyo because from Uganda up to Tanga port which is Tanzania n'okuva Uganda okutuuka e Mombasa, the distance from Uganda up to Tanga is times 2 the distance from Uganda up to Mombasa, and initially that deal was supposed to go to Mombasa, if you guys remember very well. Mujukira bulungi. Then nibagikyusa negenda at Tanga. Tanga is extremely far. You can Google about the distances of the two places. Why did we change? Nti abasajja bana Kenya, they refused those seated deals that they were being put into. Sean, you should read about that ECOP very well.
You guys, if you read about the directors of this company, Aircorp, most of them are Chinese, Tanzanians, French, and Tanzanians, Chinese, French, and British.
Okay,
Bruce. Nga mwemuli n'abana Uganda abatono ate bonna nga bava ku side y'emu.
Bruce, first wait. Jukira, a little.
On top of putting demonstrations, on top of doing demonstrations, what we need to also do is follow the money. Now, people who are here, if you're able to, go and do the research on what Bruce is talking about. Okole research or you take a document and you send it to my email. We compile these things. Demonstrations alone are not going to do the trick.
Jukira,
we have to.
Jukira, I'm going to share a link with you. If you can inbox me your WhatsApp number, I'll share a link with you from kubanga bwoba toli mu UK oyinza obutasobola ku searchinga domain ya UK ya how companies eziri mu UK ziri registered mu UK, you know, for protection. Naye nze nsobola okufuna link ya nenjikuweereza n'olaba information about
wandika gundi kola word document. Bruce, kola word document wandike about Aircorp, otekemu byonna byonna byolaba ebiri relevant, otekemu ne link, otekemu bwati eberenga document eri compiled kubanga kati bwonsendingira link then kati nze byembadde nkola ate nga mbita kati nga nzira ku researchinga kino ate ndi ku researchinga right now ebintu nga 10. So kati onsendingire gundi document yonna then o just email twogere bwetutyo so that this thing can continue going because those people in power, they have the guns and the tanks and the what. Us, we just have our brains. That's it.
nze nkubulire bana abantu nze the reason why I brought this up is because ebintu byonna babitunda n'amafuta ago ge mulowooza nti gaffe bagatunda dda Uganda telinaamu wadde akantu zino company zikyova Bungereza teyagala Museveni aveeko zino ensi tezaagalangako Museveni aveeko it's because azikolera deals ngezo balina interest nene nnyo mu Uganda mu resources za Uganda you know yensonga lwaki ne Aircorp company eri registered mu UK not even in Uganda usegeera ne ba directors baayo bonna bali eno abasajja bannemesa okuaccessinga ekizimbe ne banimba nti Aircorp teriimu bwe nafuluma wabweru nemba disproving nga nenzijjayo tablet yange nembalaga ne address nembagamba kino ki eno si ye address eno si kye kizimbe kino ne bakkiriza ne bamala ne bakubaawo obusimusimu ne bagaa munnaye ate nno nga bazungu ne bagaa munnange kati naffe batugambye tukole kino kye tukoze nti bakubaaniza okuyingira mu kizimbe ekyo so we just doing our job naye nga you're right you know era address yeyo but we don't know the reason why
Ivan Kochali kati bagenda kuzimba airport Potido.
First wait, let me explain something very small.
Kuba Shoni yabadde addako ndowooza.
Kasooke nnyonyere ekintu kino ekya Aircorp. I've had chance to go and work in the oil fields of Uganda. I've been exposed to these guys. I've seen what they're doing. Now, if there's a way that these guys are cheating our fuel, believe me, it is in a totally different way. I don't know how they're doing it, but amafuta ga Uganda bagabba mu ngeri ndala. One, they cannot cheat amafuta gaffe nga bayita mu Aircorp. Ivan, I want you to do more research about Aircorp.
Bo minimizing a screen, Sean. When you minimize the screen, you lose the. Sean, bo minimizing a screen.
Kachema dengamba. Aircorp is owned as follows. Uganda through UNOC owns 15% of Aircorp. Tanzania, company of Sijimanyi Bajita, it owns 15%. Now Total and Sinok. Total owns 60%. I think Sinok owns the balance. What's the now Aircorp, while Mabega Cow, I think last year, you let out contention. People were not understanding why was it registered in what? In the UK. Now what I'm saying is, you see, but now want to basiru ati na una busi basiru nyo gobe tulowooza. Aircorp yonga yo. Share yafe UNOC yejina. Uganda National Oil Company. Share yafe yejina. Ya Tanzania company yawe yejina. Then Total ne Sinok. Cause tetwina sente zetwakateka mu mafuta okujja ko Total ne Sinok webateka mu sente mafuta gaffe. As of now. There's no. We are already exporting crude oil. No, is one of our exports. No, Bruce. Make your research properly, my brother. Bruce. Me myself, actually never manyakati, no problem. Because moving the rig is
Uganda, njagala nnyo abantu abali Uganda babeere careful nnyo. We'll be the shield, but don't expose yourself too much. These people are murderers, as you know.
On a record brought forward by Uganda Civil Aviation Authority, crude oil is one of the most exported things. That is on record.
It's smuggled. It's done legally.
Civil Aviation Authority.
Linako, it is the most exported item out of Uganda right now.
One of the most. Number one is gold. Yes. I think last year we had
it's true, brother.
Okay, guys. Okay, it's okay to them cutting. Waliwo crude oil gwe basooka okufuna mu exploration. Mumujjukira oba mwamuwulirako gwe bafuna mu exploration crude oil oyo bamutunda.
Expedition ya 2007 oba eri ya 1960s?
No. This earlier, this latest one. 2000
This one
something.
2006.
Yeah, 2000, not even 2006, wakadde nnyo. 2010 awo, yeah, akamafuta gaaliwo ne bagatunda. Nze nganze. I have contacts. Waliwo ne guy actually ava commenting on n'agamba mujali. Mu mafuta, babadde rigs akatandika okukola. Tezinaweza na mwaka. Rig ebadde ekola ye rig ya Sinok. Eri ku Lake what? Lake Albert. Eya Sinok. Yatandika ebadde drillinga. Eza total esoso kola baina rig, baina tangi, baina gunya, baina what's that place called? Somewhere around one circle. Ezo rig zonna nzirabe nga bazizimba, amafuta ngirabe nga bakola, abazungu total yo nga yo. Ebintu byabyo birabika biri straight. But deal yonna engeri bagenda okubba sente z'amafuta. Bazibadda ate tebazibba nabo si basiru nnyo bannange. Ate tetuba si bamuuje nnyo. But whichever way that's still.
Ekirala, me what I've realized about Uganda, ebizibu byaffe, it's never one. It can't be this thing because it's another thing. It's probably both.
It can be both.
They do things multiple. Tebatera kola just one thing.
The other way that they're teaching
njagala nzijukiza abantu abajoininga, if you have money to spare, send it to this phone number. This is the reason why we are here. We're trying to raise money for the people who were arrested during the demonstrations. They are in jail. They are our brothers. They are our sisters, and they need us. If you have money to spare, if you don't have, send a prayer. You being here, you're already doing what needs to be done. But if you have extra money, send. Anyway, let's continue.
Now, it's actually Madisana Mafuta because I've been there. I know how things are moving. But Bambi Abazungu, the way they try to do things straight. Senga kino ekintu government yaffe yali ekikola, it would be a flop by now. Ekirala kujjako kyembadde nalyo bagamba amafuta gaffe agamu tugabba Congo. There's a way it is agamu tulaba tugajja Congo. Simanyi geography ali atya. Impala, you can help me with the geography. But oil enzige ezimu eze Congo ziyiwa zidde eno waffe oba ontegeera kati you know how gravity can help you with something, eh? Congo is a bit higher, fatally lower, so amafuta gaffe agamu tugenda tugabya Congo, so you're basically stealing from the Congolese indirectly. Then the other thing, the other way that they are cheating money, because when you go to all the oil fields, I've seen some guy here who says, Salim Saleh, company yakola security, Amama Mbabazi yakola ina hospitality, yasuza yalisa abakozi. Mama Mbabazi ina camp erabika esuza abantu emitwalo 2, 20,000 people a day. I don't know how big that place. Imagine the magnitude. Go solo suza abantu emitwalo 2 a day.
Wow.
Imagine the magnitude of that place. And then the other way, contracts ezimbazwa company ezimu kale total egezaako kubanga etunulira contracts ezimu, but era olaba nga mulimu ebitali bituufu. Kati Salim Saleh yalina security. Bane mu mafuta tolabako ku musirikale wa mundu. Etirenga tulaba ku musirikale wa mundu. Olambu beekalakasa ne bafulumye mundu wa Negindi mu Kampala. Etirenga ovayo nga tulaba ku musirikale akutte mundu. Abakuumayo bonna basarasi tebalina mundu. Bebakuuma amafuta. Naye tekitegeeza mbu tebaliiwo. Mu nsiko eyo y'omu nsiko abasirikale gye bali abakola ki? abakuumayo. But sinnategeera ngeri gye babbamu ssente z'amafuta. I'm trying to understand the dynamics engeri gye babbamu ssente zino. I'm going to do more research.
John, I want to say something about that before I forget.
What you mean?
You told me about the geography. I just want to highlight some people here. Uganda is eri wansi wa Congo because wotuna River Semuliki, example nyinzo bawira Kenyangu. River Semuliki comes from the mountains of Congo and goes neyingira mu Lake Albert. Kiba kitegeeza omugade gwenza kulinnya lusozi. Kitegeeza kuva mu negukirira wansi. So Semuliki comes from the hills of Congo, the mountains. Then nejjanga ekulukuta neyingira mu Albert neyita eno wansi mu Rebisengo mu Ntoroko weti neyingira mu Albert kiza kwongera waggulu waffe. That is point number 1. Point number 2 gyobadde oguze engeri gye babbamu amafuta. Captain Francis Babu told these people nti if you guys are very true and muli honest about this mafuta, it doesn't make sense mwe okwata amafuta mugamenti airport gye bazimbeyo Kabale mugikoze specifically for mafuta n'abagamba if you want to make a sense out of what you are saying tidala kituufu kye mukola turn Entebbe airport into a cargo airport, then turn Kabale airport into a passenger airport such that muwa abantu bahoima business nti omuntu ogenda ku airport gwe imagine ngogenda kulinyira ku Kabale International Airport kitegezo nokufuna wosula makati awo that entire region is going to develop. Omuntu wabanga nkola business nga ndeta bintu byange Kampala and Entebbe it is just 37 kilometers. Kitegeeza cost of doing business is very very cheap, but right now they are going to turn cargo airlines zitandika okulandinga ng'ekaba eyo Kabale sima Kabale whatever name they call it Kabale cargo planes zitandika okulandinga eri then Entebbe sigaze
Kabale oba Kabale
okitegeera kiri mu Lunyoro.
Okay, mbadde manyi Kabale eri mu Kigezi. Is it Kabale mu Kigezi oba Kabale? I think it's a different Kabale mu Bunyoro.
Yeah, it is Kabale. Kabale is just the name.
We need to compile this information.
Oh, Kabarega Airport.
No, it was
only 82 people. Guys, we are only 83 people here. We need to compile this information so that every Ugandan can get access to it. But Batugamba that we have actual ministries that run these things. But we know these things are run by human beings. One person, Gashoni Wabadagamba, Omuntu Omu are running at this, Omuntu Omulala are running at this. We need to compile all that information. We put it in like a 5-minute video for who's running ministries. Njiteke mu Luzungu, ayogera Oluganda, ajiteke mu Luganda, ayogera Olukiga, ateke mu Lucholi, mu Lusoga. We disseminate this information. That is what we need to do. Now, so if you're here and you're listening and you're able to compile this information, email it so that we can get this thing done.
And these things are happening.
It's not just entertaining each other. We actually working.
Actually, if there are some people who can do this, they should. Let me give an example. Teri muna Uganda kirizibwa ku importing dry cells mu Uganda wano. If anyone here can, you try it, you will see. Amanda gano ge bakozesa mu radio mu butoki mbuki. Is a monopoly of one person.
Muntu omu yagalita.
One person. Shoni abamwogera.
Shoni
n'amatooke gennyini ogajja Uganda oga exportinga si buli muntu nti tewali akkirizibwa apart from some specific people. Yensonga lwaki mwalaba Uganda Airlines mu biseera bya COVID-19 omulimu gwe yali ekola yali etambuza amatooke. Ekyo mukibuulizizeeko n'emmwanyi zennyini ne what is it? They have monopoly over things ebirimu sente okusinga ne vanilla n'ebimuli byennyini ebyo.
I was talking to friends in bali mukumbulira the road.
Mbadendese Irene Jebale Mkwano, how are you?
I'm fine. How about you?
We are here trying to build our nation, eh? But we
Okay.
we are,
I'm
we are
very
starting
glad
from
that I'm on
friendship.
this platform.
Nice.
Okay. All right, I just came in. I'm trying to listen to what everyone is saying. So I can give out my views.
Hey, I saw a lady. I was like, yes. So, but anyway, okay. Let's go back to our conversation.
Jukira, mbadde mbagamba about this new airport. Kotido gye bagambye. You people, if you guys have money, you should invest in that corridor as soon as possible. I told the people about the East African thing, the hosting of the cup. They thought I was joking. So they're going to build the airport, an airport in Kotido. It's not by coincidence. It's not that Kotido Karamoja has the best tourist attractions in this world. It only has Piano Upe and that what? That
Kidepo? Is it Kidepo?
Yeah, and Kidepo. Sigamati yasinga ebintu ebirungi. But these guys are very strategic. Something magical is happening in the Karamoja region. If you guys have money, should invest in that land as soon as possible, because you are going to hear something like we have discovered this, we have discovered this. So they are going to be doing their things from there. You understand? So because if you look at this, Rachibana want to very strategic in bakola mu bubbi bwabwe. Sibagezi, that's when nagamba lijukira. These guys are not smart. They're just thieves. They now built the coffee city in Ntungamo. Ntungamo balima emmwanyi bazirima Mbale na wano Buganda. Lwaki tebagizimba wano Buganda and Mbale? You understand?
It was a very sham
mu
project.
bubbi bwabwe babuteekamu amagezi mangi. Okitegeera? So because we have very many places here with very beautiful tourist attractions. When tourists come here, majority go to the west. Bagende eyo mu Fort, bagenda mu biki ebifo ebirungi ebyo. But they refuse to develop the Kasese airfield deliberately. Because ab'e Kasese bo endowooza yaabwe ate endala bo baazuukuka nadda n'okutusooka. If you have been there, nebagitwala Kotido. If you guys have been to Kidepo, it is very beautiful. But there are no people there. There's nothing. Thank you guys.
Kucheyo bannange Karamoja, why do you guys think Karamoja tefunangayo minister waayo nga muntu waayo yennyini abeerayo? Mujukire first minister we Karamoja yali ani for many years, even right now kati aliyo. Kakati njagala mbabuulire, mujjukira omukyala, waliwo omukyala omuzungu oba yali ava in one of these European countries, omuzungu yaliko ku campaign trail ya Bobby mu campaigns, yali akuba ebifaananyi naye ng'ate yali alina link ng'akolera BBC, CNN, ezo gundi ezo ennene ez'amawulire, ng'era ye ebifaananyi byakuba mu campaign trail ebisinga nga yaweereza aba BBC ne CNN oba na channel kyendala. Omuwala oyo baali bamuyita Sumni something Sumni.
Yava Spain.
Yeah, yali ava Spain. Sumni something Sumni or Sumni. Mujjukira ekyamutuukako nti yafuna accident ng'ava side ze Karamoja eyo, nga yali alina bye yali ava okukolayo, like in terms of research, kuba yali munnamawulire journalist, ng'alina ebifaananyi ne videos bye yali ava okukwata, ng'alina information ne data gwe baali ndooza tebaagala afulume. Ekyamutuukako accident we yaliiwo, ebintu ebyasooka okubula ku scene yali zaali gadgets, kamera ne computer laptop. Then mwebuze lwaki kitegeera. Then waliwo omukyalo omulala era yali alina NGO z'akolera, naye era yali muzungu, ensisi jujjukira gye yali avaamu, naye era naye yali ava eyo. Yoyo yafuna accident after about ndooza 2 weeks after oba 3 weeks after. naye yafuna accident ku somewhere ku Jinja Road naye yali neera ng'ava side zeeyo yali alina charity organization gye yali akolamu non-profitable organization gye yali akolamu era side zeeyo Karamoja so kakati ebyo byonna kibalaga ebintu ebikolebwa eyo
kankubire ku Goldwe Karamoja kankubire ku Goldwe Karamoja Goldwe Karamoja purity gold bamutunda according to purity Goldwe Karamoja ali 99% pure. Karamoja has so much gold in that no kwate ebisoto enkuleto oba ebisoto benfuufu nobiteeka mu mazzi n'oyoga n'oteekamu ebipikima gold makero you get gold.
esi gold yekka waliyo ne marble waliyo ne marble stones naye gundi zonna mines eza marble ziri owned by Chinese investors.
Chinese investors ekyabaleeta mu Uganda twakyogeddeko abachina tutakyogeddeko kubanga waliwo abuuza email ya Jukira yagambye now Karamoja has a lot of minerals in that no quite the example ya gold okwata ebisooto no biteka mazzi no teka makire no jamu gold we Karamoja gold we Kasanda gold we Mubende okumala kona amayinja n'okona amayinja bikibi osegera it is a longer process nofuna gold atina kugamba mbali 78% pure 85 osegera but gold wa Karamoja actually there's another place in the west baita Buhezu wabu maimulira ye Buhezu. I don't know if you've heard of that place. It is in the west. Their gold is 99% pure. Because I've done this.
Kale ulira obugagga obwo bwonna Uganda bwerina. Okimanyi nti Uganda esobola okuva mu bbanja date erigibanjibwa mu mwaka gumu.
Omanyi gold yafuluma Uganda.
Jesus Christ. Listen to all that wealth.
Omanyi nti gold esaawa zino kintu kyetusinga okuexportinga wabweru. It is gold. Now, the funny bit of gold exports is this. By exporting a gold, tebasasula misolo. You are ete mujjako misolo. This is the greatest export you are exporting outside the country. Sasula musolo. Obabuuza bebulankanya ne bannyonnyola mbu ate for us we didn't know ate biki blah blah blah. On top
there's
of
no
that,
accountability.
On top of that, there's gold they steal from Congo. This is a fact. Bangambi wale abantu bakubya amasasi wano ebuddo jo omukyala yafudde
n'omusirikale wa UPDF
mubadde bava kuba gold. Omukyala yafudde by mistake bamukubya essasi ye teyabibaddemu naye bano abasirikale bali bava kuba gold wa Congo. Bamuvuze okuva e Congo ne batuuka ne balema okukwatagana ne bamubuzaawo.
Shonicho kubanga yensonga lwaki ne UN yakoze reporting erumiriza Uganda nti yensi ne Rwanda is supporting M23 era bakikola nga bayitaawo kubanga M23 bayambako nnyo okukola ki okujja ebyobugagga ebya Congo naddala gold.
Kati atolaba Congo erabika erimu ensinga 100 zonna nga buli omu ayina akapaati keefuga. Waliwo omukyala omu yali akola mu UN sijjukira linnya lye si Munnayuganda yali awa interview sometime. I'll look for that interview. N'agamba mbu oba oli e Congo ng'ogenda oli mu nnyonyi ennyonyi nekkako bwetu wansi olaba ebisaawe by'ennyonyi mu makkati g'ebibira. Ebisaawe by'ennyonyi mu makkati g'ebibira. Congo n'omusenyu ettaka ly'e Congo baliteeka mu container ne balitwala e China. Berikola batteries ez'owulira, batteries za EVs, batteries z'amasimu, batteries za ezo simanyi smart cars, simanyi everything battery. Gende Congo labe ettaka baliteeka mu container ne baliteeka ku nnyonyi ne balitwala e China bakole mu batteries. That is Congo.
Rwanda yina ne gold refinery. Rwanda.
Just know Congo.
These guys.
Congo wankugambe baba bamuyita ngonya gamba mbu wankugambe kana kaabwe kyebakola kyebagala kyebakola. But all in all, you guys, what I can say is we need to rise up as the youth of this nation. We need to rise up as the younger generation of this country. Netuvaayo netugamba n'ekimala kimala. Okukola activism tewetaaga genda ku kkubo kwekalakaasa bannange. Abantu bakikutte bubi, people are discouraging each other. Temwekalakaasa. Osobola okwekalakaasa n'okwata video yajjukira n'ogisharinga. Obutegeera. Repost it to your TikTok sigimanyi bulungi. You reposting. Obutegeera. Ba followers bo nabo bali bagirabe bazuukuke. Obutegeera. Kati waliwo ekintu kyendabye ku Twitter right now on Twitter. Ku Twitter abaana bano ba activists waliwo abapya abajja, but bannayuganda tulina obuzibu bumu, tulina omululu. Greed is our main problem. Abantu abasinga bajja mu bino ebintu kwefunira byabwe. But the problem with us is one, we are gullible. Tugenda naawogana. Government etutaddemu abantu abatubega, bambega bafuuse ba activists, bambega balaga bali ku side yaffe, ate bakuba abantu abatukolera. Kiringa nkokera ku makyoli najja wano unatandika okugamba oyojjukira kwera government, oyojjukira mbega, oyojjukira yaliya. Obutegeera. Naye nga ozza omulaba ebbanga eritali tono. You have been following her. You have been seeing what she's doing, and then someone wakes up in the morning, and people start believing them. By the way, you go to the streets of Twitter, but abantu bali mu kwekuba bikonde, people are discrediting each other, which is very wrong.
Karamoja and all that. I had a one-on-one. It was not on record, but I had a one-on-one with the former minister Nandutu. Because Naruto was one of the people who trained me in media. Very many years back, but okay, some time back. I really used to love her. Neze namubuze ne mugamba, Madam Nandutu, have you ever sat and asked yourself, who arms these people? I never will mondo. Because for all the years I have, me I'm 30 years now. Nze siwira ko Karamoja nga tewali mondo. Every time and I have had very many campaigns of disarming these people, but who arms them? Have you guys ever asked yourself that question? You should ask yourself that question.
Bakola research ku Masasi, ulira bakola research ku Masasi, agema mundu ago, nga Masasi ago gakolebwa na Kasongola. So kakati, you know the answer.
That place will never be peaceful. Same thing I want to tell Jukira. I saw you with your friend doing something about Congo, which I really loved so much. But Congo will not stabilize now, especially with your American technology of Tesla. Because what they use to do those batteries and support those cars comes from Congo. There is no way they are leaving that place. They're going to fund the UN, billions and billions of money to make sure that those guys are not stable. I was in Kisangani in Congo. Omanyi nange nnoonyeza ssente baganda bange. Nali ngeze kutumbula gonja.
Yeah, by the way, gonja jali Congo. Yeah, I've had someone told me.
They told me there is no
things gosobulayo gonja. Ewali golodi gwe nosobolayo gonja. Oli mulabe.
Ogenda kufuuga. N'ogenda Congo ojjeyo gonja.
Gonja ali Congo.
Abasajja bajjayo mbaawo, bajjayo golodi.
Bajjayo gonja.
Mufokasinge tudde ku story.
Genda maaso.
There is no route that connects the eastern part to the western part of that country. Ndine president wabwe oyo yavaako oyo Kabila yajja mu Eastern Party only 2 times in all those years. Nembagamba what? Now how do you guys manage? Like Sean told you, bulika area zinainga na file yatenga na mwana muto because I was at least I was 22 years if I remember very well. Nandi muto nyoni nga nebuzo nkola cheno ngenda kufira nemi. Nemululu kwa sente. Batuyimiriza abasajja nga ba mirundi 5. Different people. Nobugo bwonna buwandifunye kubona obumalira muku. We passed through Nyauka. If you know Nyauka, Bondibujo, that border. There is a border called Nyauka between Uganda and Congo. Tiriko na security area. But there are some things ngabola ba region ya Karamoja ebizito. Nena gabo mukazo ne mugamba go through on these things. Because there have been very many series of disarmament, negoro zakitebivao. Ne oli awo wefuddo w'amaanyi. How was that ending? Very, very bad.
Mpala kanyongereza kwako katini nnyo. Kongo has kale munange nawe gyebaliko.
Kale yongera mukaawo.
Badde ngamba nti Kongo eyina ebibinja by'abayeekera 120 like 120.
Byetumanyiiko byokka.
Byetumanyiiko actually byetuyinza okugamba nti kino kisanga wano kino kisanga wano. Naye byonna intention zaabyo si kutwala buyinza nti mu Kinshasa. Wabula buli kimu wekifuna ekitundu kikiwamba kiba kitundu kyakyo. Era abaliida baabyo omulimu gwe bakola kusuubula bya bugagga tebabiguza bantu balala. Babiguza mawanga.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Countries
eziri mu EU n'endala eziri mu United Arab Emirates. Ne Israeli.
Ne China. No,
actually,
Jokira, there's a lady yakola interview. She used to work with the UN. Nagamba mwobo gende Congo, ennyonyi n'ekka wansi. Olaba ebisawe by'ennyonyi mu kibira.
Exactly. Ekyo kyo naddala mu eastern part of Congo. Mulimu ebisawe by'ennyonyi ebireeta ebyokulwanyisa. Nebitwala ebyobugagga. It's like butter trade. Baleeta weapons ne batwala ebyobugagga. Ndowooza waliwo interview emu yali actually Kagame nga yeewozaako President Kagame yagamba munenyeza bwereere ensi ze mulina okunenya ffe tuyinza tutuli Rwanda eringa route oba ekkubo naye ebyobugagga ebiva e Congo bituukira Belgium, Tel Aviv, that is Israel, n'ebirala ne bigenda mu Middle East. Kati waki temugenda kuzirya ensi awali destination z'ebino ebyobugagga bya Congo ne mujja kuffe. This was Kagame interview ekyaliyo ne ku YouTube. Nga wobujulizi nga yennyonnyolako like it was too much for him olwokuba bamusibyeko ekya M23. Naye nga abalaga nti naye mukozi. Actually omuntu ategeera is just a puppet. It's just a puppet.
But we have to tujukire. Ebizibu bya Uganda, ebizibu bya Africa, it's never one. Kati Kagame abera yogere to distract us what? Naye it's him, it's Museveni, and it's all these invaders, these white people. Our problems are never just one problem. Kati tuyino bitunulira all of them. Ate they are all connected. Omu bwavaako nga the others also struggle.
Actually, just we know we are not only fighting Museveni and Kagame, but we are fighting also their masters.
Yes.
Tituina okubanga tubanika because at least for them they have that kind of integrity and credibility. Ntiwe tubanika ne tubalaga hypocrisy yaabwe. Batandika okuddiriza ku bigere. Oba okitegeera. Nti tebaagala nnyo their taxpayers bategeere behind the scene.
Salo. their taxpayers bategeere biki abo benyini ba invaders we mulaba
gamba ba taxpayers aba EU and Americans ngokitegeera
n'abantu abo benyini banaku bazibu kamba bulire mmula kuba nti tumuwuliza ndowooza bintu byonno jjukira byatera kwogerako. You Africans don't know your worth. Omuntu ali wano Uganda ng'olya bulungi onywa bulungi toyina birwadde tokola ki oba osinga abantu olwakoti abasajja batuyingi gye batuyingira mu mitwe ne balowooza nti tetutegeera bulungi. These guys are living on credit. Nze nkwata millions za 15 nga nzikoze sizibbye wano e Uganda ne ngulala w'omu yange okitegeera togenda kumbulira ojjukira ali eyo avuga semanya credit semanya bye babikolera ebintu byabwe semanya beewo.
I'm still paying for the car for like the next 5 years.
It's called finance. It's called finance over high purchase.
Kati kitegeeza nze owakapaso kulina na wonsi.
Omuntu ayagala ogula emmotoka mu EU nga tulina free transport some countries gwaba asazeewo. Abamu tukuba bbaasi yattuye tetugisasula. Anyway, kisinziira buli omu kyaba ayagala. Naye tulina okukkiriza these countries tibalina kyebalina, they depend on African minerals.
Kati Salongo katono nnyo kansobe nkukusale mu kirimi awo jjukira njala mumpulirize bulungi ewantu wano nekiti n'abantu bennakigamba nga bantu bavunaanyizibwa ne batampuliriza. Enough in Uganda, I'm not talking about Africa, in Uganda we do not need foreign aid at all. Ekyo nkisibako na mutwe gwange. I'm not the most intelligent person nabagamba wano. Naye I know a model gye tusobola okukozesanga Uganda within 5 years nga tetugambwako mu Africa muno. Okitegeera? Lwaki muzimba simanya kayola basi simanya biki ebibi ekisirusiru ebyo? That is not our speciality as Ugandans. Owulira? Famaanyi gaffe Katonda ge yatuwa agali mu butonde bwaffe ng'Abafirika wano Uganda. Famaanyi gaffe gali mu kuliisa nsi. Ugandans are hospitable. Wojje Uganda abantu bakwaniriza. Uganda is the only country where people throw fresh food. Kukubo. Nitusuula biwotameroni mmwe bye mulwanirira eyo okulyako netubisuula kasasiro. Okitegeera? Why don't we concentrate our energies for 3 good years on one thing called agriculture? Netufuuka kye bayita food basket. Ebisigala netubyesonyiwa.
Impala, the question is leadership.
Nti winzija waawo ngenda kujjawo nkubuulirewo. Ebisigala netubyesonyiwa. Netukola ku kye bayita ebintu ebiri basic. Netuzimba standard gauge eyo nga bwe nagye bagambye maapu yaayo nti erina kutuukira wano mu Uganda zonna ziconnectingira wano. Eye Congo, eye Rwanda, eye Tanzania, eye Sudan, eye Kenya, wano Uganda ye point zonna we zimiitingira. Kitegeeza by all means abantu abalina okulya balina Kenya tebalina mmere. Tebalima mmere abo abantu tusobola okubaliisa. Ensi zonna ezitwetoolodde wano Uganda esinga okubaamu emmere. Awe wali amaanyi gaffe n'obusobozi bwaffe. But because these people are bad, bo amata gaabwe baagajjako n'omusolo. Emmotoka z'amata zirina red number plates sebo. Tezisasula musolo. Ziringa z'abasawo. It is not taxed.
Uganda wange okimanyi nti agriculture sector yokka esobola okusustaininga economy ya Uganda yonna.
Bulungi nnyo.
Just agriculture yokka nga tokutte ku birala byonna, just agriculture esobola okusustaininga Uganda kuba ffe tulina ettaka erikyasinza okuba eddungi mu Africa yonna.
N'ebirala tetubyetaaga. Nkubuulire through history ne mu America ezo z'olaba buli nsi ebaako nekye bayita life changing project oba product. Abajapaani balina Samsung. Bw'otunuulira obulungi byonna babikoze naye their core project Samsung eyo yababbulula era bagiteekamu ssente nnyingi. Abamerica ne babona zi Ford ne babona biki buli nsi ebaako Abakorea I mean. Buli nsi ebaako n'ekintu kyekola ekyayo. Naye ffe wano Uganda tetulina kintu kye tugamba kino kye tukola. Emmwanyi tuguluba bugulubi. Bigolodi bibo bya masasi. Buli kimu kyakweya bweya tufuukasenya ku kintu kimu nti kino tukikole mu butuufu bwakyo. Olaba abasajja Abanyarwanda abo Okimanyi tubasinga amazike amangi mu Uganda ne batusinga okukola ssente mu mazike.
Gatuka nti ne gave waffe ne gadde ewaabwe nga tetugawa mmere twali tetugawa mmere ewaffe ne gasala ne gadde e Rwanda.
Nkubuulire, our tourist attractions at times
nago gadduka ne gadde e Rwanda kati bali be bagafunamu.
tourist attractions zaffe zikubisamu eza Rwanda emirundi nga 3 n'okusoba. Naye Rwanda etusinga okukola ssente mu tourism. Okitegeera? Etusinga okukola ssente mu tourism.
Just katono nnyo omanyi strategy omusajja oyo gye yakola. Omusajja oyo yateekawo yaspendinga ssente zonna zaayagala empitirivu okwadvertisinga Visit Rwanda ku mijoozi gya Premier League ne Champions League Arsenal. Omusajja oyo n'ekirala kye yakola kati n'ekirala kye baakoze kati okimanyi nti kati Rwanda eri visa free mu nsi nga zino ezimu mu nsi ezisinga actually. Do you know that? Nti okugenda e Rwanda kati teweetaaga visa nga batagetinga tourism baboostinga tourism and trade. Naye Uganda ne Kenya kati nabo bajjewo visa. Naye Uganda ffe tukyasaba visa tukyakaka abantu visa. Tebakimanyi na kukimanya nti ekyo kyokka kiboostinga trade ne businesses ne tourism. Rwanda wano teweetaaga visa kati ogendayo.
Nze nasoma ku mono ya Dubai lwaki bazimba ekizimbe kyabwe ekyewete ekyo ekyomu mazzi simanyi bakiyita bagiyita batya. Oba mukimanyi ekizimbe kye Dubai? No, not Burj Khalifa. There is that
Burj
hotel.
Khalifa waliwo ekiri mu mazzi kyebazimba mu mazzi.
Yes, I was in senior 6. Nali mu senior 6 nga ndi mu kukola physics. Teacher ffe natuleetera some story about that building ne Airbus gye bali bazimba. It was about errors. They made some simple error. Naye ne batuwa history y'ekuzimba ekizimbe ekyo. Those guys forecasted that their oil will be done by 2050. Amafuta gaabwe oba ensi ng'ekyuse. So they focused on tourism and making their place a hub. Nti mwe mujje tuli tax free mutusubulire wano ne mulina okulya mujja kwebaka mulina okulambula. Dubai tekyajinga abantu misolo ne bwonoonyerezaawa.
Are you aware nti Dubai twagiwako ne ku mmere ku buyambi?
Madamu jukira mbadde nsabako eddakiika nga 3 katono wange ngenda kwebaka.
Obadde oyogera wano.
Naye engeri gy'ompise
otadde mulungi kambuwa.
Nje mpiseewo ku katono kale okusooka mwami Impala nkweyanza statement kokoza kasinona okunzijayo. Impala yogedde ekigambo kikulu nnyo abantu abagala Africa ekule. Tulina okumanya amanyi gaffe gali nga ensi. Kubanga ensi etambulira ku kulya. Kyekyobuga Katonda kyatuwa kitusobola okufunamu nga tutaddemu na ssente. Ensi gye nimu essaawa eno abantu balima naye n'amazzi gennyini ge bakosa ofukirira bamala gatreatinga nagapurifayinga. Naye ffe tulina ettaka eggimu, tulina amazzi wosanga amazzi malungi geetaaga kupurifayinga. Naye kisinga okwewuunyisa after 65 years of independence abantu baffe bakyafa enjala. Ekyo nno kiba kya buswavu. Kati ensonga eriva wano ensi bw'eva ekula erina level zetambuliramu, level za production. Tosobola kugenda mu tertiary production nga primary ekulemye. Africa tulashinga for industrialization. Naye ekibuzo kiri nti bannaffe twegomba bo basooka mu industrialization tonakumala primary production.
Mwami Chief, awo Muganda wagambira nti obutiko bukonye mbwa tolonda ebijanjaalo.
Webale nnyo. Bw'ogala kola factory ya mmere tosobola kukola factory ya mmere nga tunafuna abasupplier b'emmere bagagata value ku mmere. Olina wange olina emmere nga nnyingi n'ogamba emmere engeri nyina emmere nnyingi kanonye engeri gye ngikuuma nga nnamu. Naye ffe emyaka 60 n'omusobyo twefuga naye tukyasanga sizoni y'emiyembe gy'osanga gibwa mu mafaamu ne giibembeera. N'osatuka ekiseera ate ng'omuyembe gumu gwa singisi 10 ku 500. Bannaye tukyalina ebyokukola bingi. Era mukulu Impala neya webale nnyo statement eyo nze ndowooza singa tupushinga awo tusobola n'okugagawala nga tugenzera mu kusima amafuta nga golodi kubanga ensi yeetaaga okulya ensi omuntu nga tanaba kufuna dde 10 kya ssente mu nsawo weebuuza ogenda kulya ki ffenna ffenna tuli abasinga tulya mmere ya mikebe tulya mmere ya mudagala ffe waffe emmere emera nga sinanfuire so bannaye neyanza ge mbadde mbuliri gye nvudde naye mbadde nsaba muzikirize mbasibule nja kubako nga mpuliriza
okwongerezaako katono nali ku nnyonyi nga ngenda e Rwanda nensanga nenatuula nali privileged okutuula n'omusajja nannyini wa kampani ya Costa Coffee mugimanyi wano mu Europe, you know, be basinga okutunda coffee, chai wa coffee, you know, so kati it's a coffee shop naye nannyini yo natuula naye ne mukyala we baali bagenda Rwanda kulaba nti oba basobola okulimayo molinga e Rwanda molinga era nga bo balina willing okutekayo ssente yonna okulimayo molinga nenjogera nabo nembaga nze ndi muna Uganda nembabuulira ettaka lyewaffe nembakuba ekipindi okitegeera kati ne bambuuza nti ne bambuulira coffee omuwendo gwa coffee gwe baagala buli lunaku okuba supplyinga ng'amazima ga Katonda mu ggulu sente nga mpitirivu naye nga capacities tetugisobola naye ne mbagamba nti bwe mba nga nkoze research bulungi kuba ettaka lyaffe eggimu nga mbatutte ne nfuna connections ne mbatwala musobola okuinvestinga okuyamba ku balimi ba coffee mu Uganda ne gavumenti yennyini esobola obbawa ettaka n'ebayamba betegeera okusobola okufuna production ya coffee gwe mwagala. Omusajja yampa email ye nangamba genda okole research fe twagala coffee supply twagala coffee nambulira omuwendo gwe beetaaga buli lunaku ate nga it's continuous nangamba nti ne contract yonna musobola okugifuna gwe genda okole research nampa email ye ne namba ye y'essimu. Natuuka e Uganda nenkola research abantu be natuukamu abaali bavunaanyizibwa ku nsonga ezo bambuuzanga ffe tufunira wa buli muntu yennyini okusookera ddala gw'osookera kagamba kaakati ebyo biri awo tubitegedde birungi nnyo era bijja kuyamba nnyo ensi yaffe n'abalimi ba kofi naye kaakati nze nfunira wa percentage yange eriwa. Amazima ga Katonda abasajja n'abakazi bennyini be baalemesa be bannemesa. Omusajja nancontactinga nambuuza after about a month nti how far namugamba bugambi muganda wange taata
okyamuyina
weyongere ye Rwanda obe Kenya nze nkyamulira naye sisobola kutawaana nkyalina contacts ze siyinza kutawaana ninda gavumenti ekyuke bino byonna bijja kukola sekati oyo namuteeka ku bbali ejja kukyuka that time is coming naye mu gavumenti ya Museveni ate nyongere ndeete ne bino actually nali nkola nansobi tekijja kukola abasajja bannemesa
Jendi ogamba otya jukira
ndi wano ndi bulungi
oli ne Ivan Blues Salongorosis Shoni ne Mpele Media mugamba kibannaye mwebale kuteesa nakati nina ensonga zengenda okwogerako
kale taata nawe bale kujja
kale tuzitegere bulungi nti tumanye nti Uganda yensi ndowooza mu East Africa esinga obugagga naye nga temanyi kulidde mwogera ku Dubai nze mu Dubai munaleka mpezezaamu emyaka nga 7 naye nina akantu kengenda okubabuulira abasajja be bakoze mu myaka gye mmaze wano ne Uganda byekoze oyinza okuggwamu amaanyi. Abasajja bano wenagira no balina ekitundu kye baali bazimba nga bagiyita Heart of Europe. Genda ku internet ogirabe. Heart of Europe eri wakati nga bw'onaagamba nti bw'oba ovudde mu Dubai ovuga kilomita ndowooza nga kangezo 10 oba 8 ku mazzi ne bazimbayo mu bizinga obuli eyo ne bazimba gye bayita Heart of Europe. Ojasangayo England, Jamaica, ensi bwe zityo naye nga keesuuliridde kali ku mazzi mu buzinga nga bazimba bakola bya bulambuzi nti ne hotels biki era tegendayo mwavu kubanga egendayo meeri na maato. Kati abasajja ne babala nti amazzi gano ge tuyina oba bye tuyina tubikozese tusobole okwa-attracting abajja okulambula ensi yaffe. Naye natunula bwe nti nze omuntu gwange nagendayo omulundi gumu era tewagendayo bantu naye nina mukama wange gwe nali training naye nagendayo omulundi gumu in my life. Naye nga okukkiriza okugendayo muganda wange si kyangu ntoko kubanga oyimiridde olina ssente neza omuntu gwange nasugenda okugenda era tegenda balambuzi bano simanyi kulambula no. Abayimbi abanene mu America abagundi abasambi emipiira be balinayo zitwandiise apartments oba enju oba okugendayo mu hotels ezo so si buli omu gye bayita Heart of Europe. Now some of people balowooza nti Uganda njavu. No, Uganda okumanya ngagga ngenda kukubuulira. Uganda erina train egenda woolaba nti egenda Kasese negenda Mbale negenda ne wano mu Dubai oba mu UAE tewali esukka kilomita 3 oba train yawe metro tesukkawo. Ne Uganda ffe Katonda yatukola nti ojja sanga nga abazungu bali batutegekedde naye nga tetumanyi ng'ate buli kyabugagga tukiyina. Tusobola okukeera enkya ne tuzimba metro system ennungi ne tukola ebyentambula ebirungi enguudo ennungi buli kimu kubanga tukiyina. Kakati kiki ekitukostinze oba kiki ekituletedde ebizibu bino? Corruption, obubbi. Kubanga bw'olaba ebyobulambuzi byaffe byonna biri natural nga bw'olaba ebiriiro amazzi ago agafubutuka mu ttaka agoyoka ekiyiriro singa bafuna omuntu n'akizimbako oba ekifo nga oba bakizimbye batya nga bamanyi batekikya bayinza okudesigninga ewantu awo nga bakolekawo nakyo waawo ne balukolawo bulungi kweganga omulambuzi ajja okulambula azze n'alaba ekintu ekiri beautiful. Okitegeera nga badesigninze obulungi naye bw'olaba wano mu Dubai ebintu byabwe biri atfi babyekolera naye oyinza okujja n'oleta n'oyasambirira wano naye ffe tunuulira ekyaffe singa bakeera enkya nga bw'olaba Niagara Falls bwe bagikola tebajja ne bazimba eneno bwe bali ne bakolayo bulungi ne bakolawo bridge abantu bwe bajja okuyimirira batunule naye gwe tunuulira ebyaffe we biri. So twagala tumanye nti Uganda ngagga nnyo pakisi zaffe tudesigninze tutya enguudo ezo ezigendayo zino gundi ze tulina nga bw'olaba nti embalama z'amazzi tuzirabirira tutya tuzizimbako tutya batekikya baffe abadesigninga ku mbalama z'amazzi ezo oba ku nnyanja okwo abadesigninga okuzimbako zi hotels abakola biki bakola ebintu ebirungi for Uganda. Ngenda kuwa ekirala ekyokulabirako kati nga Kayanja ka Kabaka olabawo omuntu ayinza okuyiyizaawo ebintu awo wokka ne bakulongoosezawo notamanya nti kano ke kali akayanja ka Kabaka mu nsi ezaagala ensi. Ebyo byokka nga bw'onalaba ebintu byaffe ebikadde bye twandiyise ebikadde ebyo bye tulaba ebikadde basobola bikuteekerateekera n'otya. Nze natula no mu Dubai abantu ebintu bye balina nga bye balambula ne nga yaffe Uganda tulina bannange nedda kubanga ebyaffe biri nakyo okitegeera. N'olaba nti ngenze eyo simanyi wali amazzi agafubutuka mu ttaka gokka ensula ejje awo wokka bayinza okukolerawo ne bakuteerawo ebintu n'ogamba Mukama n'ojja gwekka n'olambula nga si biyiyirize wabula nga Katonda yakola ki? Yakikola weekiri. Naye bwe tunaamanya tumanya nti Uganda ngagga mu biseera ebikadde walingawo baasi oba zaalinga UTC ezo baasi nti zikola mu kibuga. Nze nayerowoozezza okutereeza Uganda eno erina okusooka ne bagikolera amateeka nga gakola okutereeza bino byonna kwegamba Uganda gy'osanga ngenda bikumenyeramenyera gy'osanga omuntu asalira alabawo pedestrian crossing n'asalira wakati w'ekkubo wakati ng'olaba abantu bali disorganized. Kati abantu ng'abo beetaaga amateeka gakole. Amateeka bwe gakola nti salira wano tosalira gye batasalira kola bwoti emmotoka kola bwoti era Uganda yonna okutereera olina okugamba abantu bonna abafuzi ba mmotoka baba bodaboda bonna baddeyo basome envuga y'eki y'oku nguudo. Abasala bano n'obasomesa Uganda egenda kutereera in the minds z'abantu. Ebizibu biri mu Uganda bingi bwenkera nembikulojjera wano. Tuli disorganized, tuli confused, tuli buli kimu. Kubanga bw'okeera enkya oli n'ali ekikuta oba n'ali eryenvu n'asuula w'asanze, oli n'abeera mu mmotoka ng'alya n'amala n'asuula w'asanze, oli n'anywa akacupa ka soda n'akasuula w'asanze, n'otunula abasuubuzi mu bikuubo bw'amala okukola box ne babisuula mu makubo. Kakati kansooka embuuze, tuli mu ggwanga ki? Ebyo byonna bizibu naye tugenda bitereeza tutya? Amateeka kukola enguzi omanyi nina lwaki njogedde ekyo mateeka kukola. Mu Dubai wano tewaliiwo ssole oba ffe gye tuyita UAE tewali ssole, teri ssole. Buli nsobi gy'okola okola ki? Ogisasulira. Tewali ssole, teriyo omukwano gwongeramu abali ebweru mubimanyi, Bruce obimanyi, njukira obimanyi, buli omu abimanyi, teri ssole. Kati e Uganda bwe baba amateeka tegakola ne tutagateeka mu nkola, kitebwa kitegeeza n'ebirala byonna bigenda.
Kati wano bagamba ignorance is not point of defense.
Kitegeera. Naye nga nze kye nalowoozezza nti Uganda ngagga era buli kimu kyonna Uganda ekiyina. Abakulembeze baneetereza ne bakendeeza obubbi ne bakkiriza amateeka gakole, institution zikole. Kubanga institution bwe zitakola buli kimu tekikola. Uganda gy'osanga nga tezirina, Uganda terina gye twandiyise paramedics. Uganda terina paramedics. Nti tulina paramedic centers nti kuba wano ambulance ejja emisinde ekuyambe. Nga bw'olaba ensi nti ojja kulaba nti Kampala yokka ng'erinamu paramedic centers nga 10 nga zeesuuliridde nti babala distance nti bw'oba ofunye obuzibu wano dakiika 3 nnyo oba otuuse. Now tetulina paramedics, ekyo ekintu kyekisinga okubeera ekibi, okuba nga tolina first aid mu ensi yo nga temuli kye bayita first aid. Ng'olina kukubira ddwaliro nga bw'olaba nti Nsambya, nkubire gundi, simanyi mundu ambulance engire. Ekyo kibi era eggwanga liba terifugibwa mu nkola y'amateeka. Gwe sister, gw'olowooza lwaki mu bazungu nti ne botta omuntu bagamba kubira poliisi? Wallahi oli natta omuntu n'akubira poliisi kubanga amanyi amateeka gakola ki? Gakola. Ne bw'oba nga si gwamusse oba bajja kunoonyeza ne waba gwamusse bajja kunoonyeza bagambe kyavudde ku ki era kiki, kubanga amateeka gaabwe tegalinga g'e Uganda. Ekyo kye kisinga okubeera ekikulu nti amateeka bwe gaba gakola balina engeri gye bagatambuzaamu mu nsi ey'amateeka. Okiraba? Kakati bwe tubeera mu Uganda nga amateeka tegakola, abantu
Uganda
wadde ogamba?
Weyongereyo.
Badde gamba
amateeka mu Uganda obadde opoozinzeemuko, mbadde manyi okoncludinze.
Amateeka mu Uganda tegakola.
Jiro ogenda, sorry.
It's okay. Amateeka mu Uganda tegakola. Ekyokubiri, singa okeera enkya ngenda kuwayo ekyokulabirako n'ogenda mu kooti, kooti nga emanyi nti tolina musango naye nga bamuwadde enguzi n'akusiba. Olaba enkola eyo? Kakati ensi efa bwe gaba amateeka nga tegakola n'ebintu byonna tebikola, n'abantu baba tebakkiririza mu nsi eyo, n'amateeka baba tebagakkirizamu na buli kimu. Okitegeera? Amateeka ago gokka gasobola okutereeza ensi, naye Uganda terina mateeka. Buli omu akola by'ayagala, buli omu yamanyi nti w'amaanyi, babba ssente nga bwe baagala. Yeeyo ensonga eremeseza Uganda okukula, naye Uganda erina buli kimu. Uganda ngagga nnyo. Manyi ono mpala ninganga mulabaka nnyo atambula mu bya tourist, si ono?
Nedda mukama wange ze sitambula nnyo.
Waliwo omukamu Kampala.
Sikoze bingi jjukira, sikoze bingi nnyo.
Nedda waliwo oli wa mu Kampala naye ye
atambula mu bifo ebyenjawulo mu Uganda mbiraba nnyo ku gundi naye bw'aba atambula asobola okulaga obulungi bwa Uganda
n'otunuulira ensi ze tulimu. My social media game is very very low. Nagezako gimprovinga but I've traversed ntambudde Uganda okuva gye tandikira mpaka gyekoma mpozi ng'ekitundu bakitandiseewo leero. Yo ngitambudde but your submissions are very very valid era ntuufu. However ebintu bino ngajjukira byagambye ebizibu byaffe ng'Abafirika binene ate bigazi ate ne twesanga nti generation yaffe ekwataganye nabyo ate era nga ffe abalina okubisolvinga. Ekisookera ddala tuyina ekizibu eky'obukulembeze. Obukulembeze buno nze nno munnange nina school of thought endala eyawukanamuko n'ey'abasinga obuwinzi. I believe that God designed Africa naturally for monarchism. That's what I believe. Kuba bw'otunuulira ebizibu bya Africa bitandise okujja okutukijja nnyo nga banasajja batuleeseko bino ebintu ebyo simanya capitalism socialism ebyo ebyobukulembeze wa president simanya minisita biki. But Africa was very fine with monarchism. We are very okay with our monarchy. Abaganda wano nga balina kabaka waabwe teri kirala ky'obagamba oba bafuga emyaka 10 gwe tobatawaanya babeere ne kabaka waabwe balekere emirembe gyabwe bo beebere tebasobola kukusumbuwa yadde. That's why Baganda don't lead so much bw'otunula history ya Uganda. Bo kabaka waabwe mu mitwe gyabwe pulezidenti waabwe ne bw'oligezaako baforcinga simanya baagale ebya pulezidenti era ne Muteesa yagamba ye yali ceremonial president tebimukwata nako.
Kakati Impala awo wennyini kankulagewo point of information. Olaba ekyo si bwe kyandibadde naye tulina obuzibu bumu. Mu 1962 bakkiriza abantu bonna abaaliwo ebiseera ebyo nga bava mu mawanga amalala okubeera nga basobola okuba bannayuganda era nga bakkirizibwa mu ssemateeka. Kati ne tufuna kye twandiyise emisaayi emitabike. Kyova olaba ojja kulaba nti the true Baganda, the true Bakiga, the true Banyankole, the true people bali abaaliwo si be bamu generation eno beeyina. Olw'ensonga that's why ojja kulaba nti empisa zaffe naturally zikyuse n'engeri gye tweyisaamu. Tetukyalina mpisa, tetukyalina ngeri gye twogeramu n'abantu. Okitegeera nti ojja kulaba nti ojja kusanga mu 1962 walimu Abanyarwanda, Abannakenya, Abakongo, bonna abajja obuzza abaali mu Uganda bo baateekebwa okuba nga bannayuganda ng'ekyo togenda kijjawo. Akati ne tuzaala mu bantu abo gwe bw'oba wali olina omukyala wo nga Munyarwanda oba mu Mukongo oba mu ki mwatuka ekiseera ne muzaala. Kyova olaba ojja kgenda Ejjinja mu Busoga osangeyo abakyotala bangi. Kati abakyotala abo baava mu Bayindi mixed obitegeera we byali nti emisaayi egyo ne gyetabula nti Uganda yatuuka ekiseera nga tetukyali pure n'empisa ziri ze twagula nazo. Okitegeera kati ebyo nabyo ne kituleetamu obuzibu.
Anti we nkugambira awo mwami Ugandan platform nti nze I'm one person who advocates for Uganda to go into a federal system of administration. Kambabuulire kino ekintu nkyogedde ku platforms nnyingi ne wano omufuna mu kisogo kiddamu. Temugenda kuforcinga bannayuganda mu mawanga gaffe ag'enjawulo mu buno obufumbo obukake watukakibwako ba Europeans. And these people knew that they made a mistake. That's why bali bagenda mu 1962. They never declared Uganda a republic. If you people know, remember your SST very well. Era bawa Uganda independence, not the Republic of Uganda. It is after Obote n'aleeta olugezigezi n'akola pigeonhole ne balyoka declaring okubeera republic. But then people gave Uganda a federal system, experimenting nga munana. That's their independence. Okitegeera? Because nakibuuzaako ne wano twali mu live ekituni ne Jjukiro ne mbagamba kati jjukira gwe omukiga kiki ekikugatta ne obo. Okitegeera, there is no uniting factor. Olaba na Kenya abo balina amawanga mangi ne boogera olulimi lumu balina oluswayiri mu mawanga gaabwe gonna gonna balina oluswayiri lubakwataganya. Okitegeera, balina emmere zifaanagana. Wano nze bwe nfuluma okuva e Buganda wano nga ngenze wabweru wa Buganda nzibuwalirwa nnyo okulya. Okitegeera, nga gende kasitenge ebijanjalo bya bbulaaka nga sibirabanga nakunze. Okitegeera, ekyengezaako okusigira ekifaananyi kiri bwe kiti, tetuyina uniting factor ekola ensi eyitibwa Uganda. Teriiwo. And these guys, the Europeans.
Uniting factor between right now is about to yamba is our struggle. Kubanga struggle ya attached really independence time maybe charity actually kubanga Uganda was so much closer to the invaders. Naye kati struggle na etukwata kwa, so that can be our uniting factor.
That is the only uniting factor we have now. But once things go back to normal, I really advocate for a federal system in this country. To be honest, kati abantu nga Abanyolo nga bazudde amafuta gaabwe, that is theirs. Baleke naye abantu abo tebagenda ku benefitingamu ebyo bintu. Okitegeera.
Impala. Okay, I wanted to ask Impala because submission here ya federal system eri based in your tribes. I think federal system, it could be on the regions. Ngato sanga region emu so many tribes. Kati bwogamba nti Bunyoro, okay, Bunyoro, like twina y'Abagungu, they call themselves another tribe, especially the side of Bulisa, kubanga we walina amafuta actually, Wanseko, tegali eri Hoima, gye bagamba Hoima City, oba Oiro City, gali eri mu Bagungu. It is a tribe which is similar to what? To Banyoro. Naye mu Uganda tukirize nti we have tribes. N'Abazungu bayinanga tribes era ndowooza ne kati bakyazinira bakyalwana because of tribes. Oba osomyako Kosovo and Serbia because of tribes. Ne zino world wars ezaaliwo, first world war ne second world war, they are European tribes who are bazifuula nti they are world wars, but it was because of tribes balwanagananga ne beetemaatemamu. Mu Europe osanga akasinga kalina abantu miliyoni 2, which is equal to even mu Uganda osootema mu tribe emu ng'erimu 3-5 naye nga tebasobola kukola nsi. So kiriza obagaana Uganda nga yo tetulina gitubeera in form of tribe nga bw'obadde nga okireba.
Kati Salongo neyanzanyo submission yo njagala nkubuulire nti Uganda enokufoomingibwa gye bayita Uganda olwaleero because teyaliiwo. It is a formation of it is a result of tribes coming together, 15 tribes that we have. Is a 15 ezagenda e Lancaster. Size tukkiriziganyako ezo. Even the president.
Hold on one second. If abantu bali mukumbuza if they can come up, but they actually in time is kubeera kuno paka 7 p.m. but now it's 7:26. So I'm just going to stay like another 15 minutes and then we'll start again tomorrow. We are doing virtual demonstrations this whole week. So nja kubeera wencha. If you haven't submitted today, encha ojja kunsanga. Nenga, I have like 15 more minutes. So to aiming for 7:35. Like 10 more minutes. Then I'll go. But anyway, sorry for
Yes, let me summarize. Thank you so much for the time. Let me summarize mbabulire bannange. Ebina tujja bigendamu, but I want to make a simple submission on our topic today. Bidi tujja biddamu enkyanga tufunye time ennungi tugenda tusaalooga ekyakwata ku budde. So about our program today, about our topic today, as I can see it, how we can build our country, ebisigere sijja bigendamu. The point is one, asobola awulira nti asobola okukwata ekipande agende ku kkubo tandikirawo. Bw'oba ogenda, there are very many platforms of free lawyers. Genda ngumaze okwebaakinga, olina mikwano gyo ng'esatu egimanyi, olese contact so balooya bakimanyi. Do that bw'oba okisobola. Abasobola okwataakinga omusajja ku Twitter nga musobola okumuddamu mu kikole, abasobola okukola videos tuzipostinge, abasobola okukola spaces tuzikole, abasobola okontributinga ssente ng'ojja kutya okwogera tuweeyo. Otherwise tugenda sobola bano basajja nga tusirise busirise, ekyo tekigenda kubaawo, because all the people we expect to help us have not. Nze nakulamba mmanyi nti abantu abambalaga amasuuti abaogera oluzungu, they are intelligent, but English and intelligence are two different things. And I always tell people, n'omuntu omukulu asobola okuba omusiru, because emala ndi musiru nga ndi muto. Stupid people grow old. So tudebe kubeera awo tweyise mu maaso bannaaye nze Saalongo nkyali jjukira nkyali Luwala Luto ndi mukazi. No. Whatever you can do it. Nze wanaga sibimanyi naye bano bamwami okukola videos sibitegeere, yani wano mbisoma mpola mpola, but I want to
Impala
nezanyijjukira
Impala mbadde nina ekintu kyensubmittinga kyeba kyenjagala okwogerako nti ninamu okutya ku generation y'abaana baffe ejja. Okutya kuno tugenda beera ndowoozezza nti mu myaka mitono nnyo singa tetulwana kukyusa nsi kati tugenda beera nga aba Red Indian, nti nga tetukyayina waffe, nti nga tubunda bubunzi. Kubanga njukira mu biseera ebikadde tukkirize tugane population teyali nnene, nga kati yeeyongeddeko, abantu balinga balina amataka we balimira, abantu balina ebibanja, balina kati kitakyaliwo nti eyalina yiika 10 alina half yiika, erina yiika 2 kwegamba bazze ekintu ekyo kivaawo. Nti tutuuse mu kiseera nga bwe tutalwana kati tugenda fuuka nga aba Red Indian nga tetukyalina waffe. Nga gwe jjukira eyali alina ewa taatawo oba kitaawo oba mu maama alina yiika 2-3 ng'alinawo emu, endala zonna baazitwala, ate simanyi biki, ate kino ate kiri. Kati the same people abatugamba tugende tulime, the same people abatukuwa ne bagamba nti temwagala kulima temwagala kukola, nga naye bajja eno ne batwala amataka ng'osanga omuntu omu alina 2 miles oba 3 miles simanyi biki nga bwe mubiraba mu ggwanga lyaffe. Nze ndabamu ekintu ekyo ng'okutya singa nga ekigendo okumalawo eggwanga lyaffe nti tugenda tuka ekiseera nga tulinganga aba Red Indian bwe babatwalako ensi yaabwe, kubanga nsuubira na America eriko bagwira beereere. Kati naffe bwe tutalwana kati tujja tuka ekiseera nga ensi yaffe Uganda efugibwa bagwira. Ekyokubiri nga tutuuse ekiseera kangereze olaba South Africa ojja sanga mu parliament yaabwe nga mulimu abeeru ddala. Baba South Africa kyova olaba ojja kulaba nti babalonda naye bava mu areas ezirimu abeeru. Okitegedde aba bali mu parliament y'abazungu. Kakati mu parliament ya South Africa kakati nkulaga Uganda bweyinza okuba gye bujja singa tetulwana kintu kino. Ne tulaba nti eggwanga libeerawo nga liri mu migano gy'Abannayuganda nga bukyali. Nze okusinziira bwenze ndaba ensi kati kankugereze wano wendi, ensi mulimu bannansi baamu kangeza Abawarabu naye Abayindi baagiwamba, buli bizinesi erimu muyindi naye ng'ensi yabaki y'Abawarabu. Gwe buli bizinesi gy'omanyi mu United Arab Emirates buli bizinesi yonna bw'ataba HR aba director, bw'ataba ki mu buli bizinesi yonna eri mu UAE. Nkugereza kweno ensi Abayindi be basinga obungi okusinga bannansi. Kakati ne Uganda ejatuuka ekiseera batusaleko ng'Omuchina omuyindi basazeeko bizinesi zonna batubuutikidde. Jjukira omuchina alina population nnene, omuyindi alina population nnene, batusaleko. Kakati nze ndowooza ekintu kimu, bwe tutalwana kati mpulirayo mu byalo amataka amanyi omuyindi alina mayiro 10, simanyi ono omuchina alina mayiro mmeka, ono alina mmeka, bwe batyo bajja otusaanyaawo. Bwe tutalwana kati nze mbabuulira, omanyi lwaki UAE eri different nti amateeka gayo ganjawulo, tebagaba passport ne bw'oba ng'ozaalidde wano. That's why kyekibayamba, tebagaba passport ne bw'ozaala ng'omwana omuzaalidde wano.
Omukozi just.
Eh?
Oba mukozi just ng'obanga
no, ojja kuzaala, ojja kukola kino omwana tafuna passport ya wano wadde omuzaalidde mu ddwaliro lya wano. Kitegeera taba munnansi.
Kati bw'ojja ng'ovudde wawere oba mukozi, you come to work, you're there to work, bakusasula yeah, but then after that
no, omanyi kati it's not about that only.
Nzali Uganda kandabuulire kuba muli ku information y'abayindi n'abachina. So one of the problem we are fighting is the problem of Eritreans and Ethiopians. Nze mbeera najja Nankumbi, but I don't know if you guys are familiar with that locality. There's a place called Stera and Chibuye roundabout. Between that place.
Mpala. Nange.
Ate weepozinze. Katukole bwekiti. Salongo, tekayo final submission and then tujja kuba wencha. Uganda platform bo minimizing a screen audio ebaako.
Okay, mbadde nkyalaba Mpala mba mumanyi.
Okay, mbadde actually njagala kuwa submission yange semba. Okay, let me summarize.
Someone has just joined called Yoweri Museveni mwana gwe nantiisa. Continue, we get out of here. That's a sign from the universe.
Actually kati kimbadde njagala ogamba like Ugandans kati abasinga ffe tuli mu generation ndoza Y. Abasinga ndoza aba generation Z naffe aba Y, we should combine tusobole okuyambako bano bye bataasobola kukola aba X. Bano bamuzeeyi baffe kubanga ndowooza wa X asobola okuba ng'azaala omuntu wa Y n'owa Z. So it is us okubeera nga tukola ki, nga tusitukiramu. Kyemmanyi ku revolution tegenda kubeera one day, it is gradual. Ate kasaba nga mutandise, persistence, consistency, ezo bye bisinga okubeera ebikulu okuba nga mukyusa. Tuyina ebizibu byaffe ngaffe aba generation eno eriwo bye tulina okwidentifyinga nga bano abazeeyi amazima gali nti abatasobola na kukozesa iPhone ng'ate bye batutegeerera. Ndowooza kijja kuba kizibu nnyo, tujja kuba nga n'abaana baffe tubatadde mu ddenja be tuzadde. Nkiwa owa yasobola okuba kati ennaku zino alina omwana oba balina family. So tulina okukkiriza ne twenyigira mu kye bayita politics. Wabaddewo abantu abadde abagala otutamya politics nga bagamba it is a dirty game. Ndowooza tukuze tuwulira ekigambo politics is a dirty game. But I have grown to realize that politics has never been dirty. It's only the dirty people who join politics. Abantu abakyafu oba abakyamu be bajoininga politics. Kati ffe ate abantu abatalina abayinza okuba abatereeza politics ne tumulekera abo abakyafu. Kati essaawa okusanitizinga politics ne tumuzaayo ku real definition that it is affairs of the city. Nti tuyingire mu kino, nti twenyigire mu nsonga ezikwatagana mu nsi yaffe nga tetukirekedde bantu sekinnoomu. Eno eŋŋombo yebadde egamba nti abo bapolitician like Socrates bwe yagamba man is a political animal regardless oba gwani oba gwani. a man is a political animal. Buli muntu ku nsi politician. Tewaliwo muntu azaliwa nga si politician. Bino bye tugamba nti abamemba ba parliament balinga ffe. Tuyingire mu kintu kino, twenyigire mu bikwatagana ku nsi yaffe. Tuzuukuke. Amazima gali nti we tutakikola leero abaana baffe tugenda okuleka ku nsi bagenda tuvuma, bagenda tubuuza mwali mukola ki ng'ensi endala zikulaakulana, neyiba bamwe bakulaakulana nga mwe muzinze emikono. Kyemmanyi n'ensi zino ze tuwangaaliramu, emirembe gye balina wansi waliwo amagumba g'abo abaazifiiririra. We are enjoying peace, but there are those people who died for the peace. These people are enjoying today. Kati leero naawe obona otya okugamba nti ofa, otya okufa nti bajja kunzita, bajja kunkuba amasasi. For sure embeera egenda kubeera y'emu forever. Jjukira nyinza okukootinga omusajja Miles Monroe yagamba nti death is not the most hurting thing, but to live a life without a purpose. Kyekisinga okuluma. Okufa si kwe kusinga okuluma, naye okubeera mu nsi nga toyimanyi lwaki mwoli kyekisinga okuluma omuntu. Kati kkiriza oba gaana, ogenda londawo kimu. Okubeera mu nsi nga tomanyi why you are living, ng'oli awo oli toyina mugaso oba okufiirira ekituufu. I beg to submit.
Banange, thank you guys so much. Thank you everyone who has been able to be here, the people who have followed, the people who have been gifting, the people who have donated. Any amount is appreciated. The people who have donated their time, their intelligence. We are very, very grateful. Muteke yo what time is good tomorrow. Kubanga ndaba banayemba suzaleti abali Uganda. I feel so bad. Kubanga usually in the morning I have my own meetings, but I can change my time on Fridays. I can come at a time that works for people in Uganda. Njagala tubeere wano fenna where we are able to give to like nga we are awake. Sagala nnyo mubeere nga you're sleeping late. Tomorrow we are going to talk about fear. How to deal with fear. And we are going to talk about the African identity. Why is it that you need to think about yourself as African instead of just black? So those are the things, that's the topic we're going to talk about tomorrow. Thank you so much. Being here with you is so healing for me. I just be there in my thoughts, in my head all the time. And the fact that we can sit here and we are all thinking the same thing, I really appreciate it. We can do so much more than just protesting. Our country is being taken actively. It is being taken. So we just need to come and get it back. And getting it back is easy because it's ours. And what is yours can never pass by you. So anyway, Alex, I am so exhausted. I've had a long day. I haven't stopped moving since like 7 a.m. And now it's 7 p.m., 7:40 or something. So we shall start tomorrow. Impala, thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow, 10 p.m. Ugandan time, which is 2 p.m. Massachusetts time. Mukama kume. Biebyo. Musule bulungi, musibe bulungi. The dreamers don't sleep, indeed. So, aluta continua.